So during this time, I was really into developing my empathic abilities by doing Reiki and meditation. However, I noticed how much of a sponge and open I became. After a while of not practicing, I decided to do a guided meditation to help me fall asleep and reconnect a little. I didn't know which one to choose, so I picked the one with 444,000 views, thinking, hey, why not? Must be a sign. A short moment after I began listening, I fell asleep. I woke up in the dream feeling uneasy, as if something was watching me. In the dream, I was on the living room floor of my parents' home. Being creeped out, I decided to run to my parents' room and wake them up, just like I used to when I was a kid. My parents get up and just go along as if nothing happened. My friend started talking to me about someone who recently passed, and I thought that was kind of odd. I decided to ignore and go see what my father was up to. My dad was taking the dogs out, so I stood there at my door watching my dad and dogs on the front lawn. Then I noticed something off in the distance. It was two beings making their way closer to my driveway. The closer they got, the more hostile they felt. I yelled for my dad and dogs to come inside. The beings ran towards, and I was able to shut the door on them just as they got to it. We stared at one another. One of the beings looked like a stereotypical demon horror woman in a dress. As soon as I was able to make out what she looked like, she turned into a beautiful woman I once knew back in high school, and then shape-shifted back into the dark being. I woke up right after this feeling a little uneasy. It was the middle of the night, so I checked the time, and it was 4:44 a.m. I tend to be a skeptic, but this was one weird experience that has really stuck with me. I was around 5 to 7 years old when this happened. I lived with my mom and my two sisters. I would see my dad on Wednesdays and Saturdays. We lived in a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house next to a funeral home. I used to share a room with one of my sisters, and when I'd wake up in the middle of the night, I'd always run into my mom's room and sleep with her because I was scared. I came home one night from my dad's house. After a short while of being home, probably 20 to 30 minutes, I decided that I'm going to act like I'm sleeping in my bed, and when my mom comes to check on me, I'm going to scare her. So I crawled into my bed, and for some reason I immediately passed out. I woke up around 1:30 a.m. I ran to my mom's room as I always did out of fear. I don't know why I was always scared in this house at night, but it was every night. I got in her room and for some reason, she's not in there. I checked the living room and she's not there either. I then realised she probably went to stay at the night with her boyfriends. I immediately booked it right back into my room and jumped into my bed. A few minutes passed, and now I'm even more scared because I remembered that my sister, whom I shared a room with, isn't there because she stayed the night with her friends. After probably 5 minutes, I started to hear pots and pans banging in the kitchen. When I heard this, I went under the blankets right away. This goes on for about 10 minutes, and the whole time it's happening, I'm pinching and punching myself because I was convinced it was a dream, which I soon found out that it wasn't. A few minutes after, the continuous noise stopped. I came out from under the blankets, and in the hallway directly across from my bed, there's a man hanging in front of my sister's room. I can't see his head, but I can see the rest of his body. He's wearing a blue tucked-in dress shirt, black dress pants, and black dress shoes. Right after I'd seen that, I think I just kind of stared in pure terror, and I went back onto my blankets and eventually fell asleep. I told my mom and my sister about it the next day, and they were freaked out. We moved out approximately 6 months later into my mom's boyfriend's house. Now I'm 18 and about to turn 19. When I think back on when this happened, I think that it was a spirit from the funeral home, considering how he was dressed. It's weird, because my friend's grandma lives in that house now, and they haven't experienced anything. But that memory will always stick with me. Backstory. When I used to live in Colorado, we lived in a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with a finished basement, which was in a good neighborhood about 20 minutes away from Denver. My mum and stepdad had recently got married, which resulted in us going over to his family's house for the holidays. One time, we went over to his sister's house for Thanksgiving. Around 15 minutes after arriving, we started talking to his sister's Carrie, and we mentioned that we recently had bought a new house. She then offered to pay rent if we would let her move in. My stepdad and my mom talked it over with her, and they eventually came to an agreement for her to move into our basement if she paid rent. A few months later, she moved into the basement. About a couple months after she moved in, my parents would tell me some creepy stories of when they were watching TV in the living room. They told me that one night they were in the living room watching TV. Note that the TV was next to the basement, on another wall to the left. So if you walked around the corner of the basement door, you would be to the left of you. And out of nowhere, a cat toy was thrown up the stairs and it rolled out into the living room. They claimed they heard someone from the basement say, "Here, kitty, kitty," even though my aunt wasn't home. We then told her about it, and she mentioned to my mom that her two younger brothers and her father died in a house fire when she was a teen, and that she thought all three of the spirits followed her. Another night that my aunt wasn't home and my stepdad said he saw someone peek around the corner of the wall by where the basement was while he was watching TV. Alright, so fast forward to about 8 months later. My aunt eventually moves out. Note, a bunch of creepy shit was still happening before this. It was paranormal, but it would just be too much to type. So I was on Xbox and nobody was home. I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops 2. And I was in a party talking to a random kid I had met that day that knew nothing about me. I had to use the restroom, so I told him I'd be right back and left my microphone and controller in my room. When I got back, he told me that after I told him I was going to be right back, a little kid said into the microphone that his name was Michael and that Colby, me, was his first uncle. I'm not sure what the kid who I was talking to on Xbox said back, but he said he also heard him say, "I have to go now," right before I got back onto the microphone. When he told me this, I knew he was being serious because I met this kid that day and never mentioned my house being haunted to him. Plus nobody was home. So I go downstairs scared fucking shitless and I texted my aunt asking her what her brothers' names were, and one of them was Michael, which was the youngest. I don't remember her other brother's name. I told her what happened and just sat in the living room shaking until my parents got home, which then I told them the whole story. Many other things happened like that involving those little boys in the house. That's for another time. My grandmother told me this story. My hometown is Tyne County in the northeast. My father was only 3 years old when this story happened. Because they're in the countryside, the house was made of mud and straw. You can see the beam directly. At that time, people were poor and they had 4 children to be raised. So my grandfather found a job outside to earn money to support the whole family. My grandma was left to raise 4 children and plant a few acres of land to make a living. It was at the beginning of autumn. At about 8 p.m, my grandma was coaxing her little daughter to sleep, and her big daughter and second daughter trembled suddenly. Grandma asked them, "What's the matter with you two?" They trembled and said, "Mommy, there are 2 eyes looking at us on the beam." My grandmother looked up and saw nothing. Maybe a night cat or something. She didn't take it seriously. Just about to go to bed, she heard someone knocking at the gate of the yard. Grandma quickly put on her clothes and went to see, but nobody was at the gate. When Grandma was about to walk to the gate, she suddenly saw a dark figure standing on the roof, more than half a meter, and her green eyes were particularly bright. It looked like a weasel in the moonlight, and she's so afraid that this yellow weasel will do something bad to her children. In their countryside, no one will provoke yellow weasels because it's a creepy creature and very vindictive. Grandma worried about her children inside the house. She picked up the stone and smacked it. Who knows that the yellow leather didn't hide? He stood straight for another while and in the blink of an eye, the yellow weasel disappeared. Grandma was afraid that the yellow weasel would come back again, so she took the children to her mother's house and didn't dare to go home for several days. Later, she sent a message to ask my grandma to come back, and then all of them moved back. After about half a month, one day at about 4 p.m, my aunts played in the yard and looked after my father by the way. When they were having fun, they heard someone talking behind. Hello? They looked around and there was no one. Just about to continue, they heard another hello, very clearly. Then they found that there was a half-tall child not far from them with a lotus leaf on his head, not taller than my father. It walked step by step very slowly and looked so weird. Then it noticed they were looking at it. It asked directly, "Hey, did I look like a person?" At this moment, everyone saw clearly that it was a yellow weasel. The big sister picked up her little brother and shouted, "Go to the house! It's the yellow weasel!" They were running into the house, shouting and howling. My grandfather heard the shouting in the house. He looked out of the window and saw a yellow weasel standing on the wall of the yard and looking into the house. My grandfather rushed out and picked up the shovel. He let the children into the house and went outside. The yellow weasel wasn't afraid at all. He looked at my grandfather and asked him, "Hey, did I look like a person?" My grandpa walked fast with a spade and didn't hit it. Yellow weasel turned around and ran away. It was so weird, so they found a witch nearby. She said that it was because my grandfather ruined its caves and crushed its baby when repairing the dam, so it came to revenge. Then my grandfather apologized sincerely through the witch and hung a lot of amulets on the beam and walls. Then they didn't see it again. When I was 3, my parents divorced and each parent moved back in with their parents, aka my grandparents. When I was with my mom, we stayed in the guest bedroom and slept in the same bed together. It was a full-sized bed with the headboard against the wall, with walking space on each side of the bed. If you were laying in it, the closet was to your left. Almost every night, I saw this figure come out of the closet, walk to the bed, then walk around it, and then eventually go back into the closet. Sometimes it would stand and just hover by the side or at the foot of the bed. It would stay there, but it didn't have a face. It also would change height. Sometimes it was a normal human adult height, other times it was the size of a small child. So I don't know if it was the same figure that was able to change its height, or multiple that took turns. It never touched me or made any noise that I can remember. It would just emerge, pace, hover and then retreat. As far as an appearance, it's hard to put into words and I've yet to find an image that matches it. The closest thing I can think of is maybe a beekeeper's outfit or tulle or mesh material. Its face was just a blank veil and I couldn't see any shape or figure underneath. Anytime I've attempted to Google it, I get things like a zombie bride. It wasn't a dress or a robe or cloak. I remember being so terrified I would hide under the covers or scoot as close to my mum as I could. One night, when it was hovering at the foot of the bed, I remember I was tiny enough to scoot my entire body onto the pillow and was trying to scoot close to my mum. I must have gotten into her hair because she woke up and moved me back to where I was supposed to be. When she'd ask what I was doing, I would point and she couldn't see it. At first she thought I was just having a nightmare, but several other times she caught me staring while looking terrified. Eventually, she met my stepdad and moved in with him. I never saw it again, but any time I was playing with my cousins or over for any family event, I watched it in that room. Has anyone had a similar experience or have a source of what that was? I'm nearly 30 and still remember it vividly. I love art and draw quite a lot. Recently, I drew a picture of my dad's mom who passed away when I was young, which I planned to give him on my birthday. I showed the drawing to my mom and she never mentioned that her mother, my other grandma, would also love a photo of her and her husband because Grandad also passed away quite a few years ago and it's her favourite picture. I started drawing quite late last night. I use apps on my iPad to draw with as I find it quicker and easier. To do this, I usually zoom in on different parts of the picture to get the lines more precise. I was in a part of the picture that contained a car, and I moved upwards towards a tree. But I saw something strange, so I started to zoom out. When I had zoomed out enough to see what I was looking at properly, I was speechless. What I think is a cloaked figure with a grotesque face, sort of a cross between a witch and a demon, can be seen so incredibly clearly lurking underneath the tree. I cannot begin to explain how clear the figure is, and I wish I could post a picture on here. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. I've always believed in ghosts and demons, and frequently watch ghost videos, but I usually try to debunk them as I believe most aren't real. But something about this photo is very different. The fact that it was in my own hands and it had come from my family. The fact that the photo was taken around the 1970s means the photo could not have been doctored in any sort of way. I know most people will think that the figure is some sort of odd problem with the picture, but just looking at the horrifying figure has immediately ruled that out for everyone that I've shown it to so far. It's so strange the terrified feeling everyone who's seen it so far has had. All my friends have said they've wanted to cry as soon as they've looked at this picture, although this may just be because it scared them. The part that scared me the most, though, is the way the figure is posed. It's looking directly at my grandparents with malformed hands outstretched towards them. Another creepy part is that the fact that the more me and my dad look at the photo, the more strange things we seem to find. We've also found a strange figure lurking behind the shoulder of a cloaked one. There are faces dotted around in the picture. I even think I see a shadow figure in the background too. This happened when I was in middle school. I'm about to graduate high school. I still remember every detail to this day. When I was younger, my mother sent my siblings and I to this cute little summer camp in the mountains. It was 1 week in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no quick way to reach anyone, and we were miles and miles away from the nearest town. This happened in my 3rd year of attendance. The way these campsites were set up goes as follows. You were split by gender and age group. Each campsite had 4 cabins with 5 raised beds in each, and 1 lean-to for the assigned camp counselor. So in your cabin, you've got 4 buddies that you get to know fairly well throughout the week. There's also no bathrooms at the campsites, so if you had to go, you'd need to get a tip from your counsellor and go into the woods. We were about 12 at the time, so always went with a buddy. This one night, a girl in my cabin, who I'd become pretty close with throughout the week, was just talking with me in the dark of our cabin about absolutely nothing. Just 2 kids who couldn't sleep, so opted to stay up and talk until we could. Well, eventually, she tells me she's to go to the bathroom and asks if I'll go with her. I say yeah, no biggie, so we grab our flashlights and sandals and hike over to get some toilet paper and then go back past our cabin. Ours was the furthest out, on the edge of our campsite and a good 20 feet from the other cabins, a little ways into the woods. I stand on the path while she goes up into the trees a bit to do her business. Again, we're 12 and it's cold, and we're afraid of the dark. So she asks me to keep talking to her about so she doesn't freak out. So we're talking about nothing, and I'm doing that little step dance you do when you're cold, swishing my flashlight around to see if I'd find anything cool. I almost never go to the mountains and wanted to know if there'd be any cool plants or animals I'd see in the distance. And I stop myself as my light lands about 13 feet away from me, dead in my tracks. To this day, I don't know what else to describe it other than one creepypasta, The Rake. I know how childish that sounds, but that's the only comparison in my head. It looked like a freakishly lanky, extremely decrepit, pale, hairless person. I could only see its head, shoulders, and from its forearms to its fingers it stretched out as if it was crawling down the path. He had long, spindly fingers that seemed to sharpen at the end. I really didn't know if I was looking at nails or claws, or if it's just skin stretched like that. Its head was pointed slightly downward, and I would later figure that it was as if it was trying to avoid the light beam. But I could still see its eyes. Eyes that still make me shiver if I think about it too long. Large, black eyes. I don't know if it had extremely dilated pupils, or if its eyes were just black. But it was like the eyes themselves bulged out of its head. I was too scared to shine my light any further, and I could see one of its hands slowly creeping towards me. I was petrified in my spot. I didn't move my light off once I saw it. I didn't know what to do in the scenario. I wasn't going to just leave this girl there if it actually was something that might have hurt her. I told her to hurry up. She asked me why my voice was shaking. I remember saying, "I don't want to freak you out. It's probably nothing. I'll tell you when we get back. But when you're done, just tell me. We're going to make a run for the cabin." That really made her move. I felt bad for scaring her, but I myself was terrified. I heard her say done, and I just told her to run. I spun around, finally taking my light off of it, and sprinted so quickly that I caught up to her in seconds. This might have been my own heartbeat pulsing in my ears, but I was so sure I could hear it behind me. We were moving so quickly that we slipped a bit on the leaves in front of our cabin door. I remember two of the other girls waking up when the door slammed behind us as I fumbled with the hook that would lock it. I don't really know how I thought that would help. My friend was freaking out now, asking me what I saw and practically begging me to tell her I was pranking her. I couldn't say anything though, as I'd begun to have one of the worst panic attacks in my life. My breathing became audibly laboured, and someone got up to go get our counsellor, which is what got me talking again. She got about halfway to the door before I said no, and that was what made everyone more freaked out. Eventually, our counsellor heard us and came to our cabin. Someone opened the door for her and she came in, wanting to know why I was crying so viciously and why everyone was panicking. I was able to piece together a coherent enough sentence that she got the gist of. Obviously, she didn't believe me. Who would? But she finally gave up on trying to convince me when she offered to go with me to confirm there was nothing there, and I only cried harder. I slept in the lean-to with her for the rest of the week. I'll be the first to admit that I can't honestly know what I saw. I was 12, it was dark, and I was tired with an overactive imagination. But I know that staring off into the dark has never stuck a terror into me like that before. I still don't really know what to make of it, but I think about it every summer. So I just thought I'd share it this year. I currently live in the Manchester area, UK, and I stay up relatively late, 3 to 4 am. I always close my curtains and windows quite early, 7 to 8ish. However, on this particular night it was warm, and I wanted to get some air through the house, so I left them open longer. I ended up watching some Netflix and YouTube, and it got late, so I headed to bed. I walked into my room and realised the curtains were open and the window. This is 2 or 3 am. I proceeded to close the window and the curtains. However, I stopped and stared out for a little, not sure why. Never seen the streets so quiet, so mystical. It was bewildering. I stood there for a few minutes until I saw a single person walking down the street. Not sure where from or how he got there. Looked like a small, pale old man. Wore a small top hat like a bowl hat. Full suit, like from the series Peaky Blinders. It's the best I can describe. He started crossing the road and stopped. I was still looking at what was an old man doing out at 3 am in the morning. He slowly turned directly to my window and watched. As I was shocked, I quickly ducked out of sight. I was there for a little while, peeked up, and he was still staring in the middle of the road. A few seconds later, that felt like an eternity, I got the confidence to peek back up while he was still watching. Giving up, I realised he had already seen me. So I crawled out of sight and walked normally to the window, just to hopefully make him think I wasn't watching him. It's very nerve-wracking at that time of the night. However, this time he was gone. It's a main road. It would have taken him a lot longer to walk over, and then I can still see down the whole road. But he was absolutely nowhere, with shops closed on both sides. Then, the worst experience in my life happened. I heard a knock on the door. 3 very distinct knocks that will never leave my mind. Thud, thud, thud. I did not answer. Another louder knock. Thud, thud, thud. I didn't answer. Who would at that time? And again, louder. Bang, bang, bang. I didn't answer. And then silence. I peeked down my stairs to the front door. My house has a sensor at the front door. When someone arrives, the porch light turns on, and it's pitch black. I slowly tried to look through the window panel in the door. Nothing. No one was there. A cold breeze slowly crawling up the stairs. I returned to my room and lay on my bed for hours. I finally managed to drift off. No idea how long I was asleep for before something I've never experienced before happens. I feel a breath in my ear and a whisper follows. Enjoy your stay. I can't explain it. The only thing I can think of is sleep paralysis caused me to hear a voice due to the events that night. I'm still in the same house, and nothing else happened since, and I'm thankful for that. I used to live with my mom and her ex-boyfriend in a really big house. It was around 6,000 square feet, and it gave me bad vibes from the very start. Whenever I voiced it to my mom and her ex, they would just brush it off and tell me I was just imagining things. They were always travelling and going places while I had to stay behind because of my job. I was okay with this. I enjoyed being alone. I was around 19, and after my friends had left for the night, I did my nightly rounds through the house. I would always check to make sure all the doors were locked and the lights were all off. Once I made sure of that, I went to my bathroom to get ready for bed. My bedroom was the only one on the main floor. It was a 4-bedroom house, meaning there were 3 upstairs, 1 being directly over my room and bathroom. My room and bathroom are separated by a small hallway, which can be closed off by a sliding door, meaning there was a door to my bedroom and to my bathroom, which I always left open because I could close off my little hallway. I start washing my face, and as I'm doing so, I hear what sounds like footsteps directly above me. I freeze in place and listen. They stopped. I shrug it off and continue. It's late. I'm just hearing things, and go back to washing my face. Then it happens again, this time a little louder. Again I freeze. I know I'm not just hearing things, but what can I do? They stopped, and I went back to washing my face. Then it happened again. I stop again, and then I hear and feel one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard in my life. Imagine a 400-pound person jumping off a bed onto the ground. That's what I heard. I felt the rumble. If that wasn't enough, right after that, my bedroom door slams shut. I'm freaking out at this point and run into my room to grab my machete. Thinking someone is in my house, I then run into the kitchen yelling, "Whoever's in my house, I'll fucking kill you." I still have soap dripping down my face onto the ground. Seeing that all the doors are still locked, I run back into my bathroom to rinse my face off quickly. I pack up my bag and call my best friend. I tell him what's happening and he tells me to get the fuck out of there. So I keep him on the phone as I finish packing up a bag and get outside into my car. As I'm pulling out of the driveway, I notice something upstairs. Every single light is turned on. I know for a fact they weren't on 20 minutes before when I checked everything. I didn't even think twice. I just kept reversing and didn't look back at the house. I've seen enough scary movies to know that there would have been a figure in one of the windows staring at me. I went back the next day to see if someone did actually break in. There was no sign of forced entry, all the doors were still locked, and nothing was missing. All of the upstairs lights had also been turned off. Fast forward 6 months and we move out. My mom then tells me that the house was turned into a hospice after the original owner, from the 1930s, was widowed and got lonely. She turned the house into a place for those with no family to die peacefully, and not alone. I love ghost stories, but not the Western kind. I love Asian ghost stories. Perhaps because that's where I grew up with. I find them spookier than Western ghosts. Due to the language barrier, there are not a lot of Malaysian ghost stories available in English. So 6 years ago, I started a YouTube channel where I read ghost stories that are mainly from Southeast Asia. I'd record my voice reading the stories at home, of course. Since I was living with another girl at the time, she also happened to be my colleague. We were working at a customer service call centre that operates 24 hours and our shift rotates weekly. Our 2-bedroom apartment was so small that there was barely any privacy when it came to noises, so I would usually only record when my roommate was out. I didn't want to bother her with my voice, and I would prefer not to have sounds from her going about her life in my recording. One time, my roommate was working the overnight shift. She left around 8 o'clock in the evening, and I just got home from work 2 hours prior, so I decided to record my second video. About half an hour after my roommate left for work, I started recording in my bedroom. I think it was a little bit more than halfway through the second story, and I heard someone entering the apartment, which was weird since her shift should at least take about 8.5 hours. I thought, if she came home early, it would be more than likely that she's not feeling well. So I went to check on her. When I went to look for her, she was nowhere to be found. The only logical explanation was the sound was from the next door unit, so I went back to recording. Not more than 15 minutes later, I heard the sound of a chair being pulled from under the dining table and followed by water running in our shower room just seconds later. Confident I was home alone, I went to check it. My bedroom door was facing directly to the shower room door. As soon as I opened my bedroom door, I had a clear view of the opened shower door, revealing a dark shower room. At this point, I was getting nervous. My thoughts were all over the place. I froze for a bit before decided to look into the shower. The sound of running water could still be heard. When I flicked the shower room light switch on, the shower was running but there was no one in there. I turned off the shower and went looking for my roommate again. Maybe I missed her the first time, but still, I found nobody in the apartment. I was a little nervous, but I was determined to continue recording. I want to be a YouTuber and hoped one day I could quit my job and tell ghost stories full time. So I did. I finished recording the stories and went straight into editing. Around 1 AM, I needed a toilet break. The toilet was separate from the shower and can only be accessed through the kitchen. After I finished my business, while I was passing through the kitchen, I could hear a giggle from the living room. That stopped me in my tracks. I had a clear view of the well-lit living room. There was obviously no one there. At this point, I knew I was not alone. I ran into my bedroom and locked the door behind me. I hid under my covers, and that's when I heard something trying to open my bedroom door. It went on for what felt like forever. I fell asleep, and for some reason, I finished editing my story and posted it a few days later. Everything quieted down for a little while, so I decided to record another story. This time, I was recording during the daytime. It was my day off, and my housemate was out shopping or something. Everything went smoothly. So smoothly that I was able to post the video by the time my housemate came home. That night, we decided to watch a movie together. Before we started the movie, I went into the kitchen to make myself some snacks while my roommate picked a movie. Our TV is positioned on the same wall that divided the living room and my bedroom, and the sofa right across from it. So you can see the kitchen door and shower room door when sitting on the sofa. As I was coming out from the kitchen, I asked my roommate if she had found a movie. She was looking at me with a surprised look. "Didn't you just go into the shower room like 30 seconds ago?" she asked. I just shook my head and went to sit. The topic died there and we picked a Malaysian horror comedy movie. Mid-movie, our shower room door whipped open violently and we heard what sounded like a giggle. My roommate decided to sleep in my room that night. That was the last time we watched anything related to ghosts. Since then, I often hear furniture being moved, giggles and saw shadows moving in my peripherals, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. Sometimes even when my roommate's home. She's also experienced some spooky stuff in the apartment, like her back being tapped by something while she was in the kitchen, hearing my voice calling her name when I wasn't home, and a shadow running from the kitchen into the shower room while she was watching TV in the living room. We stayed there for a few more months until my roommate quit her job to move back to her hometown, and I decided to move in with another colleague. This new house was much larger. It was a 3-story house. I stopped recording ghost stories for a while after that. Even though I love ghost stories, I don't particularly like experiencing one. It took me about 8 or 9 months before I had the courage to record another ghost story. So this happened in 2019, but to fill in the gap, I moved from the old apartment to a new place sometime in December 2016. My life got busy, but managed to record one video sometime in 2018, but didn't really stick to it. I got married by the end of 2018 with a Canadian citizen, and we moved into our rental 3-bedroom, low-cost flat on the other side of the city. Due to him not having any working visa while staying in Malaysia, he was mostly doing online studies and helped me around the house. After a while, he got depressed due to lack of progress in his personal career growth. So I came up with the idea, why don't we restart my Ghost Stories YouTube channel, but this time he can help me edit and tell stories. He agreed, and we started recording sometime in September 2019. The first video was recorded with ease. Nothing scary happened. It was all fine and dandy. However, we did avoid recording at night, especially after my husband found out the legend behind the theme song that I chose. The song is called Ghoststories. It is said that this song was a mantra that was used by witch doctors to repel or cleanse dark spirits. For easy understanding, I'll refer to it as an exorcism from now onwards. According to the legends, the song came into existence after a witch doctor tried to save a fisherman who became unconscious after going on a fishing trip. It was said his soul was trapped in the jinn's world after 7 jinn princesses became fond of him. After a while, the exorcism ritual becomes more elaborate and includes dancing. With the time passing and the people of Peninsular Malaysia was introduced to religion, first Hinduism and then Islam, and animism fades, the Ghoststories becomes nothing more than just a folk song and dance routine. However, it's still rumoured to cause possession among dancers while performing, so it became less and less popular. But I thought it would be a good idea to use it as a theme song, and I somehow thought it would be okay if I sang it myself because it's not real. I admit, it was not a very smart move. However, things started to get weird during the recording of the second video. We did our recording session 1 story a day kind of thing, because even though my husband was a stay-at-home husband, I still have a full-time job. During the recording of the last story, we ran a little late and ended up recording until close to dusk, about 7 PM. Since our goal was to post every Friday, and that was a Friday evening, I talked my husband into editing the video that night. Since our video is just an audio video and there's not that much to edit, it only took him less than 2 hours to get it all done and posted on the YouTube channel. The rest of our night went like normal until it was time to go to bed. It wasn't even midnight, and we were laying on our bed trying to fall asleep. Then we heard what sounded like chairs being dragged from upstairs. Soon after, we heard the same ticking sound like when a handful of marbles hit the floor, also from upstairs. After this has been going on for about 5 minutes, reality hit me. We are the upstairs neighbours. Our apartment is only 5 stories high and our unit is at the top. My first guess was there's something squatting on the roof, but then there's no simple or easy access to the roof at all. Since my husband didn't mention it and I didn't want to freak him out, I just kept quiet about it. We went to bed, but we keep hearing the noise almost every night since then. One evening, we were watching some anime in our living room when suddenly, an empty cup that was on our dining table just randomly fell onto the floor. We were both startled and got up to check it out. We tried to reason it as the wind knocked the cup off the table because it was a plastic cup, even though that doesn't make any sense. There's no window in our dining room. The other windows were kept closed as we ran the AC. The same night, I was woken up by my husband half screaming. When I got up, he looked like he was having a bad dream, so I woke him up. He told me that he saw an old woman with a scary face walking towards him from our door. He had our headboard on the wall opposite to the door, and our feet were pointed towards the bedroom door. He said he thought he woke up and saw the old woman approaching him, but he couldn't move, so he tried to scream. He insisted that I play some Islamic prayer until he fell back asleep. After the first time my husband had the night terror, we continued to record another video. The last video we recorded in Malaysia. Partly because we wanted to do it in hopes that it will turn into something we do full time, as we enjoy telling ghost stories. My husband was finally excited about something. Since the time he became a house husband, it was a nice at-home activity for us, like spending quality time. While recording the third video, posted at the end of September 2019, we were careful to do it only during the day. However, it didn't save us or make the haunting in our home any better. In fact, the furniture dragging and marble dropping has become more frequent, up to the point that we can hear it every night. On top of that, my husband's night terror also became more often. Playing Ayatollah became our nightly routine, and when we forgot, my husband will have night terror. It never stopped the sounds though. We keep hearing it. Apart from that, things were quiet for the rest of 2019. The most frightening thing happened in January of 2020, a couple of weeks before we left for Canada. My husband and I were packing our stuff, and we stayed up until much later than we usually do. We were using clothes that we were not planning to wear as wraps for our breakable items, and putting them into boxes in the living room. Our living room was well lit, and we usually leave the balcony light off. This made the glass door to our balcony become more reflective, and we can barely see outside apart from the lights coming from the parking lot and the stairs light from the flat across from ours. We also have no drapes for our balcony door. The landlord didn't put up any curtain rod there for some reason. We didn't install our own because we didn't know how long we were going to be staying there. We were waiting for the results of my PR application and were planning to move to Canada as soon as we got it. As we were packing, we heard what seemed like someone knocking on our balcony door with their long fingernails. We both instinctively turned our heads to the balcony and stared at it for a good 15 seconds. We saw nothing, and then we heard it again. There was still nothing. Our balcony was bare. There's nothing out there that could hit the glass door. My husband grabbed my arm and signalled me to get up, and we both went into our bedroom, and I played the Ayatul Kursi from my phone. After a couple of minutes, we can hear the nails in our bedroom window now. I decided to recite Ayatul Kursi myself with a louder voice. Midway, our window rattled for 2 or 3 seconds, and the knocking or tapping sound disappeared, and we didn't hear it until we moved to Canada. The furniture dragging and marble dropping noises can still be heard every other night. I'm not sure if the next tenants who lived in that flat face the same issues or not. I'm just hoping they don't. After we moved to Canada, we stayed at my mother-in-law's apartment for a year. We recorded a couple of times during the pandemic out of boredom and hopes that we're in a new country and maybe it'd be alright. It's 2007. I live in a gated subdivision that hugs the lake in a small town in East Texas. The main road within the subdivision goes from the entry gate into a mile-long circle and ends back at the gate. Most of the houses in the neighbourhood sit on the lake, and the rest of the neighbourhood away from the lake hadn't really been developed as much and was mostly wooded. All the other roads are within this circle, so very small. It's my birthday weekend. I'm turning 13. My best friend is staying the night with me. We wake up the following morning and decided to go on a walk around the neighbourhood. Everything starts out fine, very normal. My family had lived in this neighbourhood for about 5 years, so I felt very familiar with it. My brother and I rode our bikes around frequently. So we start walking down this long street, and we see in the distance this large black animal, resembling a cat, that was pacing back and forth across the road. Now, there had been a sign posted around stating that a large black panther had been seen in the area, so we immediately stopped. We decided instead of going forward that we would cut through the woods to a parallel street and continue away from the animal. So we continue on for a while, and then we start running into aggressive black dogs. Like, in any direction we go, there's a black animal that seems dangerous. I started freaking out because we'd cut through the woods several times, and now I didn't know which way we needed to go to get home. I had my little flip phone at the time, so I tried to call my mom and see if she could pick us up. In true fashion, my mom didn't answer her phone, so I left a voicemail stating, "Hey, we're at the corner of street and street. We're kind of lost. Can you please come pick us up?" So now we're just like, okay, let's just try to figure out how to get home. We start walking and turn down a road, and then we come upon this tiny, old, abandoned house. It immediately struck me as odd because I'd never seen this house before. There were no other homes on this road, and the house looked really dilapidated. Broken windows, chipping yellow paint on the house, a cooked door on the hinge, super patchy grass in the yard. Basically, any 13-year-old ideas of a nightmare. We ended up stopping right in front of the house and kind of gawking at it. I think we were both trying to wrap our heads around the fact that it felt like we were in some kind of horror movie. I think my friend kind of dared me to go up to the house or something. Obviously, that was not going to happen. Then the wind picked up and opened and then slammed the front door of the house. We immediately sprinted away from the house. Shortly after that, we got to a place that I was familiar enough with to know how to get us back home. Okay, so now we make it home, just glad to have survived the whole ordeal. We ran into the house and I immediately confronted my mom about the fact that she didn't answer her phone, and we needed her because of all the crazy things we just experienced. She checks her phone and there's no missed call or voicemail on their phone. Very mysterious. I told her of the ordeal, and then that was kind of it. After all that happened, I was so caught off guard by that house because I'd never seen it before. And after that, I tried to find that house again. I never could. Even after I got my driver's license, I drove literally every street in that neighbourhood and never saw it. I never really told anyone about it after that because it honestly sounds crazy. Over time, I just almost forgot that it had happened, and then one day the memory randomly came back to me. I think that if I'd been alone, I probably would have convinced myself that that didn't happen or that I imagined it. The only reason that I know that it was real is because I had someone with me that can attest to the fact that we shared that experience together. My family lived there for 16 years. We grew up there as kids. It's just so weird and I have no explanation. I've never had any experience like that in my neighbourhood before or after. So to lay the background, I had just started my first job as a nurse tech, CNA, at a local nursing home. My mother had worked at the place about 20 years prior, up until the point where the state board shut it down due to the poor living conditions and care for the residents living there. After sitting empty for 15 years, a new owner came in and bought the place, and I was one of 4 total night shift staff, 2 per night, 12-hour shifts. At the time, we had around 70 rooms, fully renovated and furnished, but 68 of those rooms were empty, with only 2 rooms having 1 resident each. The building had 1 long hall that split into 2 plus signs for the ward. In the middle of the intersection sat a nurse's station on each end. All the unused rooms remained empty, with doors closed, and the halls to those rooms closed and locked, to keep furniture and supplies from being shifted to other areas. Only the nurse had a key to those halls, and it remained locked in the bedroom. With only 2 patients, me and the nurse would often be sitting at the desk just chatting or playing on our phones most of the night. Thank goodness for my sanity, because otherwise I would have convinced myself I was crazy. There were so many times we would hear noises, banging, doors slamming, and even screaming coming from those closed-off halls that we would actually call the police to come and search the locked corridors for intruders. I'll exclude specifics because it'd be way too many. The first experience we had, there was one short hall to our right that housed the dining area, and one patient room only. It was our quarantine room for anyone who had something we deemed to put the rest of the patients at risk. It had never not been used by patients or staff since we opened. Things began with the call light in that room going off by itself randomly. Some nights, it would go off 2 or 3 times over the course of 12 hours. Of course, we laughed and chalked it up to just faulty wiring or equipment. So we actually unplugged and removed the call light from the room. Seemed to fix the issue for a couple of weeks. Then one night, the call light in that room began ringing with no call button plugged in. We go in together to find the shower in the bathroom turned on by itself. These things continued in this room throughout my year at this facility. After speaking with my mother, she recalled this room from her time there as housing a patient that was essentially brain dead, and said she was convinced the man wasn't because the same things would occur then as well. The second major thing that occurred, one of our patients was a woman in her 50s who had severe mental deficits, but was physically able. Her room was the first, closest to the station. It was always the same. At least once a week, during nightly rounds, she would always go missing down the long corridor, and we would always find her in the same room, about 20 rooms down toward the next nurse's station. The TV would always be on in the room, and she would be in that bathroom putting on makeup, saying she was getting ready for her date with the man in that room, one time with her sleeping in the bed. There was no man. Things got worse. About 6 months ago, when one night we heard a scream, we went in. She had fallen and hit her head on the table, and is going on about how he pushed her. She goes off to the hospital, needed brain surgery to stop bleeding, and comes back unable to get herself from bed. She could no longer get herself to that room at night, but every single night when I got to work, I would turn that TV off at the start of my shift, and sometimes in the middle of the night, it'd be back on. Third and final for this post, near the end of my time at this facility, I was caring for a woman who was completely blind. Her neighbour was brought in earlier that week on palliative care and unable to wake. He had passed just before I arrived for the evening, and the funeral home could not retrieve him until the next day. At some point late in the night, when doing my rounds, this woman insisted she saw a man standing in the corner of her room watching her. I convinced her it must have been a dream. Just before leaving in the morning, I was getting her ready for breakfast, and she again insisted that she saw him again, and she knew it wasn't a dream, and described this man. The description matched exactly to a picture his family was showing me from when he was 20 to 30 years younger, a couple days prior. So when I was a kid, maybe about 9 to 16, my family lived in an old house, and I had some very scary experiences there. That story's for another post, but it made me a believer. And even as a believer, I want to share one of the most terrifying experiences that I still question if it really happened. So at this point in time, I was working at a locked end-stage dementia unit. Basically, all 30 patients on the unit couldn't even tell you the time or season of the year. There were a couple exceptions to this. There was a woman who we'll call Betty for privacy reasons. She had dementia, but her husband didn't. He was highly intelligent, but had suffered a stroke leaving him paralysed, and chose to live on the dementia unit to share a room with his wife. His wife, even with dementia, helped care for her paralysed husband and would often sleep throughout the day, and stay away in a rocking chair all night in case her husband needed assistance. Her husband's health declined, and eventually he passed away. After a couple of days, she didn't even remember having a husband. With her husband no longer around, keeping her physically busy, she began to become weak to the point she was no longer able to stand. We had to use a hydraulic lift to get her out of bed into a wheelchair, and for cost and space, she was relocated into a room with another bedridden woman who we'll call Susan. Betty spent the better part of a month bedridden before this story occurred. So I was working a day shift but had been asked to cover a night shift. Night shifts on this unit was always great because no one ever called for help, and basically all that was required was to make sure no one had wet the bed every couple hours. Each room housed 2 patients, So when doing my bed checks, I'd taken 2 sets of sheets and adult diapers. I dropped one set off on the left, one on the right. As I walk in, I drop off a set at the foot of Betty's bed, who's sleeping. I pull the curtain about halfway closed for privacy, then move over to the right to Susan, also pulling the curtain about halfway closed. I opted to change Susan's wet bed first because she was what I'd call a wiggler, and it was always a struggle to hold her still and try to get everything fixed. I'm just working away on Susan's bed, and out of the left corner of my eye, I see a birthday balloon tied to the foot of her bed move, as if there was wind blowing on it. About a second later, I see the curtain slightly get pulled back. I turn my head to look, and Betty pokes her head around to see what's going on from her rocking chair. This was a huge surprise to me, as Betty hadn't been able to stand, even with assistance, for the last month. But it was nice seeing her back to somewhat normal. I think nothing of it, and continue with Susan's bed. As I finish with Susan just about a minute later, I open the curtain and find Betty not in her chair. My heart literally stopped. I look at Betty's bed. She's sound asleep, with the bed linen still at the foot just as I placed it. It's one thing for me to just have seen a balloon blowing, or even maybe the curtain shift. But I saw with my own eyes, clear as day, that curtain get pulled back, and a head with wild Einstein hair, just like Betty's, lean forward from that chair and look at me. I didn't tell anyone, but I guess my demeanour or look was enough. My co-worker asked what was wrong, and asked if I had also seen the man she used to take care of in that room 5+ years before I started. I was reluctant to share. Even after this happened, it was so unreal. I question if I'd believe it if someone told me. Can't tell if it's playing with me. I cleaned a lot of clutter from my home. Posted before, but now it seems like a cruel prank. A bit of backstory. I live alone with my dog and cat in a haunted apartment. I'm 22 and not a big person. I'm small and thin, but I have some muscle and can handle myself. I came home about 2 weeks ago and my bedroom door was wide open and banging against the wall. My dog was cowering in his cage with my cat under his front legs. So I did what any idiot with no brain would do. I went to check it out. The comforter on my bed had been pulled back and the drawers of my dresser were pulled out. I thought someone had broken in at first, but the fact that the door was still banging on the wall when I walked in made me believe whatever it was had still been in my apartment. Now I have to say, I have a sliding glass door that connects my ground floor patio to my bedroom, and it lets out a horrible screech when it does open, so I knew it wasn't used. I was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and I'm staring at the mess, and it was horrible, like someone ransacked my bedroom. I was about to call the police when all of a sudden the dresser drawers were all pushed back in all at once. Then last night, my dog had woken me up by kicking me in the stomach. He called it stretching. But my closet door opened right in front of me, and the light turned on. At first I thought I was dreaming, but whatever it was made my dog growl, and then the light turned off, but the door stayed open. I also have 2 paintings hanging over my bedside tables, and last night the painting closest to me started to just teeter side to side. It's something my cat likes to do, but my cat was curled up against my stomach under the blanket. I had the TV on, so it wasn't the dark, it was the kitchen light on with the door open. But I'd laid there completely still for a little until it stopped and I finally went back to sleep. I woke up this morning and the door's almost completely closed. There's a tiny crack separating the folding door from the door frame, and now the big Harley Davidson leather jacket in my closet has a sleeve pulled through the crack in the door. I went on leave for 10 days and just got back on the 8th of this month. But while I was cleaning the clutter away on the 9th, I'd found this gag gift I got from my buddy. It's a Haribo Ouija board. I've never used it. I got it for my buddy as a joke to scare him, and it showed back up at my door a day later. He and I laughed about it, and I didn't have the receipt to return it to Barnes & Noble, so I kept it. At first on my bookshelf, now it's in the hall closet, but I was cleaning off the breakfast bar. So if you and I were standing next to each other, and both turned our heads to the right, we could stare into the hall closet. I heard what sounded like footsteps, and all of a sudden the Ouija board fell off the cat carrier in the closet, and the box and all slid all the way until about a foot in front of me. The box was still by the closet door, and the actual board and planchette were the ones closest to me, like it wanted me to play with it. I remember blinking at it for a few minutes, just watching it on the ground. Both of my pets were on the couch behind me, staring at it also. I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck, and something touched my back. It felt like a hand, like it was pushing me towards the board, but I didn't do anything of the sort. I grabbed some leftover sage I had cleansed the board before picking it up, and picked it back in the box and shoving it back to its place in the closet. For the last few days, each time I open the closet door, the lid of the box is off, and the board is on the floor. My pets can't open this closet door. My friend and I were rescued from the ditch during a snowstorm by little phantom people. While returning to New Mexico from a visit to my friend's family in Iowa, we were caught in a snowstorm on the Texas Panhandle. We were on Highway 60 right outside of a town called Canadian when we went off the road in this little Honda car. We tried digging it out and using the floor mats for traction, but to no avail. We could see what appeared to be lights of a farmhouse nearby, and although it was 2 a.m, we elected to knock on the door and see if we could get help, instead of freezing to death in a rare Texas blizzard, out in the middle of nowhere. A tiny old woman answered the door, and I mean tiny, 4 foot something and ancient to boot. We explained that we were stuck and needed a pull out of the ditch and how far for the next town, etc. Her tiny, maybe 5 foot something, ancient husband came out and said he'd pull us out with Zuzu and to follow him to the barn. Out in the barn was an old Ford Highboy with a CB radio and a .357 revolver in the front seat pocket. We all climbed in the cab. He rubbed the dash and said, "Come on, Zuzu," and proceeded to take us to where we had gone off-road and yanked the little car out with no problem. We made it to Canada and stayed in the nastiest roach motel I'd ever been in, and slept on top of the covers with all my clothes on. The next day, we drove back to New Mexico with no other incidents. Since I was on Highway 60 pretty regularly, I figured I'd stop in during the day and drop off a gift and say thanks next time I was in the area. The problem is that right outside of Canadian Texas on Highway 60 near that curve, there is no house, no little old people, no barn, no Zuzu either. I've driven by there a dozen times since we went off the road that night in December, and I've pulled up the area on Google Maps, and there's just no trace of them. My buddy and I just concluded that guardian angels got us unstuck from the snow and vanished. Back in 2018, I was living with my mother. I've been living with her for about 3 years at this point. I had just got out of a bad marriage and divorced prior, so she was my safe haven. Eventually, I was at the point where I wanted my own space, so I'd been applying for a few apartments. Months later, I got a call about a 1-bedroom available, so I jumped on it. I was a bit hesitant initially because it had been so long since I lived on my own, and plus I had a fear of the dark. But I still moved and was excited about starting over in my own place. My first night, I pretty much spent hanging up my curtains and arranging my furniture and so forth. It was about 11 p.m, and I was tired and had to be to work early the next morning, so I got a shower and hopped in bed. I generally sleep with my TV on because it's hard for me to sleep in total silence. I don't know why. Anyways, it would be at least 3 more days until my internet would be hooked up and I could see my Fire Stick. So I just cut the TV on for light and dozed off. As I was asleep, I remember hearing something in my room closet slide across and fall. I literally heard it in my sleep and it startled me so bad I was afraid to even get up and move. So I laid there, kind of just praying in my head like, "Oh God, please don't let me see anything I shouldn't see. Please protect me." So I ended up getting maybe 4 hours later for work, and I remembered what happened, so I went into my closet to check it out. It was just my curtain that had fallen, thank God for that. But then I thought about it. How could it move from one side of the closet to the other without anyone moving it? I tried to write it off and eventually did. So fast forward 3 months later, I met a handsome gentleman who's my current husband. We had just started dating. He used to always come over every single weekend and would stay with me, or sometimes a couple days a week. By that time, I had already kind of got used to living by myself, but it was also nice to have his company. One day, I had to go to work, so he was at my house by himself. When I got home, he was like, "Yeah, so there was a huge spider in your house and I had to kill it." I don't know where it came from, but it was huge. I was honestly shocked, because my apartment had no bugs, no rodents, no nothing. I didn't have a lot of stuff in my place at the time, so I don't have a hiding space at all for any of those things. Plus my rent office got all their tenants' apartments sprayed every 3 months. Here I was again. I wrote that off. One night, when I was on the phone with my husband, who was my then boyfriend, we were talking about our weekend plans since he's coming down the day after. All of a sudden, I heard water come on in my bathroom. The bathroom was across the hall from my room. So I got really quiet and my husband asked me if I was okay. I said yeah, but my shower just came on by itself. He started laughing like a girl stopped playing. I said no, I'm being serious. So I went into the bathroom to look, and indeed it was on. He was like, maybe it's just some water pressure, and again I wrote it off. But by this time, I really started to think something was wrong in my house. I'm a seer. I've always been that way since I was a kid. I could look in a person's eyes and see everything about their life. I could also see all the spirits that were not so friendly. 6 months had passed, and my husband had just moved in with me. I swear that night when we went to sleep, I opened my eyes and I saw a little black girl standing in my doorway. Her attire looked like she was from the 50s. She had 3 braids in her head and had on a little yellow dress. When I blinked my eyes, she was gone. I didn't tell my husband at first because I didn't want to freak him out. Over time, different things continued to transpire. In my bathroom at night, I swear you could hear a woman humming, but it was coming from my air vents. I told my husband that and he didn't hear anything. I'd be in the living room looking at the TV, and out of the corner of my eye I'd see something too, and very black, standing in my kitchen doorway staring at me. By this time, I'd gotten used to things happening. I wasn't fazed in the least. A year later, things really began to pick up in activity. I'd hear knocking and things would go missing. My husband thought it was my imagination and that I was just being overly sensitive at the time, particularly due to me being pregnant with my first child. Well, his opinion changed quickly as we were in the bed, and we both heard knocking on the wall in our bedroom while we were wide awake. From that point on, my husband believed me and he started seeing things as well. He got where he'd sleep with the big ceiling light on, and I'd ask him why. He came out and told me he's been seeing what he refers to as an imp in the house, that he saw it standing at the end of our bed, and that it would rub on him and so forth. I believed my husband because I knew things were happening. He hates my mirror I had in the hallway. I had a swivel mirror, the kind that rotates. He said it made him feel uneasy. My mum bought it for me as a housewarming gift in my new apartment, so he'd eventually cover my mirror up because he was so afraid. Fast forward 2 years later, I had my first son and was now pregnant with my second child. I started seeing things more at that point. My husband was working a shift where he had to be at work at 3 a.m. So every time he left for work, I took all I needed for me and the kids, put it in the bedroom and would lock the door until it got light outside. One of those times I was in the room and I went into a dream-like vision, where I saw feet moving under the door as if someone was in my house. And something came into the room and held me down and walked towards my son's bed, and he started screaming. At that point, I came out of it and grabbed my son. And when I looked at my wall, I saw the silhouette of a goat's head and damn near passed out. I called my husband and told him I couldn't do it anymore, and I packed up my kids' stuff. I went to my mom's, where I literally stayed on and off for 6 months. During this time period, I had a lot of bad luck. We kept trying to move, and every time we found something, it wouldn't fall through. We began to lose a lot of things. My husband's begun to change and has crazy behaviour. Mind you, he was still living in the house, being attacked on a daily basis. We had a next door neighbour who would come and sit with us sometimes. She was a very young girl. She had a young son. The last time I saw her was the day before Christmas. She was over chatting. A week later, she was murdered, and her mother was murdered, and her mom died in my yard. You can still see the body imprint. After that, me and my husband finally moved. I sometimes ride past that old place and can still feel the evilness in there watching and waiting for its next victim. The place is occupied by another tenant. I pray they'd never experienced what I've. My name is Tamara. My whole life, I've always experienced things in the paranormal realm. When I was a child, I often saw things no one could see, as well as I could hear things no one could hear. One of the many things I saw as a child would be goblet-like creatures, or just creatures that truly were not of this world. They used to scare me so bad, and no one actually believed what I saw. I mean, hey, I probably wouldn't either if someone told me they saw something like that in real life that looks like it came straight out of a movie with heavy special effects. It's taken me 16 years to talk about this simply because what took place 16 years ago almost drove me insane. It was 2006. I was 16 years old and I was a sophomore in high school. I was your pretty much average teenage girl. I was at that stage of my teens where I started feeling myself, as the older folks would call it. I enjoyed hanging out a lot, especially during the weekends. I liked to get cute, get in the streets and enjoy myself. I guess you can say I enjoyed myself a little bit too much, because I ended up dropping out of school in the 10th grade so I could play in the streets, as I called it. I'd often leave my house at about 4 or 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, and sometimes wouldn't return until a Sunday or Monday. As bad as I hate to admit it, I was a very disobedient, rebellious teenager. My mother would always tell me, "Tamara, you better stop running on the streets and going out and coming home so late at night." It ain't nothing but the devil out that time of hour. I'd simply say, "Alright, Ma, you act like I don't know what's going on in the world." She just looked at me and shook her head. "Tamara, you ain't gonna learn until something crazy happens to you. And you better be careful walking by the house next door. You know the house next door is haunted." I just looked at her and smacked my lips and said, "Ma, I'm gone. You do too much." Honestly, I wish I would have listened to my mom, especially about the house next door. I lived in the part of town that most people would call the low-class side, or the side where rent is cheaper. It was just my older brother and sister, my sister's boyfriend during the time, my mom, my little brother and myself, as well as 2 small dogs. We lived next door to an old red wooden house that no one lived in for years. There were several empty houses and houses people didn't keep up around where I lived. It was something that was not uncommon for that particular area. Years prior, people lived there in the home. However, for some reason, my mom said she just saw them up and leave one day, and they never came back. The house always gave me eerie vibes, especially at night time. It's almost as if the house had eyes and would watch you. I hated that we had our washer and dryer outside, because that meant I had to go outside to retrieve my items, but I always had my bat with me. My experience with what I saw in regards to the house happened one night in July 2006. I was out with my best friend, hanging with some older guys. I didn't want to walk home. Depending on which direction I walked, it was roughly a 15-minute walk at most. But the guy was a douche, and pretty much said I had to give up something to get a ride, but there was no way that was happening. I took it upon myself to make the walk. The only thing I hated about making this walk was that a couple of the streets I had to get on had no light, or either it was one person with a porch light on and everybody else was off. So I'm roughly about 3 minutes away from my home, when this feeling of dread comes over me and the hair stands up on my arms and the back of my neck. I thought to myself, it's just the darkness outside, no one is out, and plus it's 3:30 in the morning. And obviously, the mind plays tricks on you. So I picked up the pace and started walking faster, looking all around me. Just as I got in front of the house that was abandoned, that was next door to my house, I stopped in my tracks. I heard a voice come from the house, or rather on the steps, saying, "Hiya, you shouldn't be walking by yourself at night." I looked as hard as I could, but could not for the life of me see anyone. The voice spoke again, and its voice changed to that I can only describe as darker and said, "You can't see me, dear, that I see every part of you, but I'll be paying you a visit soon. As soon as I heard that, I saw it. It, it was this thing. The best way to describe it was like that of a big walking owl. It smiled at me as I froze in fear. I saw its teeth in the dark and its glowing eyes. It stood up and it had these wings that expanded. My will to live kicked in, and I've never run so fast in my life. I felt it behind me, but I managed to get in the house because my mom knew I came in late, with no key so she'd leave it unlocked. I got in the house. Our door was actually broken, so even though you lock it from the inside, it still opens. Pulled the big couch in front of the door and ran into my room, which accurately locks. I was shaken so badly because literally what I encountered is something you truly see in horror movies. Nothing in real life, right? I didn't sleep at all that night. I tucked in all the curtains on my window so that it couldn't look in or see me, or I couldn't see it. The whole rest of the night I heard sinister laughter next door. About 10 a.m. the next day, my mum asked me what time I got in last night. I told her about 2:30 or 3:30 and she was like, "Oh, okay," but had a weird look on her face. I said, "Why, Ma?" She said, "I thought you or one of your friends was outside the house last night because I kept hearing this crazy laughter and it sounded like something hit my window." I sighed. "Ma, what is it tomorrow?" She responded, "Maybe something is in the house that next door." It literally talked, had these glowing eyes and sharp teeth, and chased me to the house. She just looked at me kinda puzzled. She responded, "Now Tamara, didn't I tell you not to walk your ass up in this house in the middle of the night and be staying in the streets? You're hard-hearted and just don't listen. Ma, I'm not lying." "That's why you kept hearing that crazy laughter. It was from next door." She responded, "Tamara, get up and do something productive today. Stop all that foolish talk." She then walked out of my room and shut the door. I can't expect her to believe me because no one's ever really believed me. Well, no one except my aunt that lived up the road from us. Maybe I'll pay her a visit to discuss what happened. I was in a place where in front of me there was a man, I think. He was obviously not in a good psychological state. He was nervous, acting weird, shocked and on the verge of crying. I couldn't understand why. Then I saw a woman. She was quite old with extremely long black hair. They were in a room with many objects from toys to other random things, and he was sitting on a couch or something, looking at certain objects placed in front of him. The woman was looking at him and saying something, but I don't remember what. While I was waiting in the other room, I heard my name and went inside and creeped out. The man had vanished, and now I was the one sitting on the couch and the old woman started talking to me. I remember I couldn't really trust her. She was a bit scary after all, but I decided that I didn't have any other choice but to answer her questions. From what I can remember, she was trying to figure out which of the objects was best to place in front of me. Unfortunately, I don't remember any of the objects. Maybe only the fact that they were talking. And I was surprised by that. They had personalities. I remember that the woman told me that I should only pick or get the objects that really were important to me and had an impact on my life. I was so confused, and in the end, I think she gave me the chosen ones. After the selection, me and the woman were walking down some stairs. While we were walking, she seemed compassionate towards me and was being friendlier than before. Next thing I remember, I was in my house, which was different from my actual home, and I felt so depressed, sad, and I started crying. I was crying uncontrollably. I even saw my reflection in my face so clearly, with tears on my face. I don't think I've ever seen my real face in the mirror before in a dream. I usually know I'm me, but never seen myself like me seeing my face. Then, many thoughts gathered in my head, and I thought about everyone I left behind. I thought of my boyfriend at first, then he wouldn't know where I was, and that he'd be depressed and anxious about where I've been. I thought about my parents, them being devastated and my mom crying. I thought about my best friend, how she'd feel that now that I'm nowhere to be found and that we wouldn't laugh together like we used to. I thought about my sweet dog. She'd be confused about where I'd be and trying to find me around our house. All of these thoughts made me cry so much. I've never cried like this before. It's the worst pain I've ever felt. I went into the living room and I saw my parents. I think it must have been days since I left. She was hopeless, dark circles around her eyes. She seemed empty inside. My dad was next to her, comforting her and trying not to cry. I wanted to show them I could see them and I was close to them, but I couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't see me. I felt alone, but at that moment I saw my lovely dog. Her ears were up like a surprised puppy, and she started wiggling her tail, looking in a specific direction. That was actually where I was. She could see me, and I felt warm inside. I wasn't forgotten after all. She came close to me, and I immediately petted her and tried to hug her and play with her. She could see me, although she may not have felt that I was touching her. But she still was acting the same when we were playing around our home. Then, my mum got up and saw our dog acting like someone's there, but she couldn't see me. But I think she knew and she started smiling and crying. The whole situation was extremely nerve-wracking and sad. I mean, everything was depressing. At least I could see them, but it broke my heart that they couldn't see me. I was a ghost, a sad one, the one who never stopped crying. I don't remember how I died. I don't remember much else. I tried writing every detail I can remember from my dream, but that's all I got. I'm just feeling weird, and it's surprising that I could actually see my face in a dream. Everything felt so real, and believe me, it was so intense. What could this woman be? What were the objects, and why were they talking? It feels so weird to me. Is it a bad sign seeing I'm dead? I went there one Sunday with my boyfriend. It was a scorching hot summer's day, and the place was already packed by the time we arrived. We soon regretted choosing such a popular day to visit, but had already paid our entrance fee, so decided to see as much of the place as we could before the crowds got too much. We queued for over half an hour to go inside the White Tower, and then filed painfully slowly up the old spiral staircase, as the people who had already been to the top squeezed past us to file slowly back down. Every few minutes, the line going up the stairs would stop for a while to allow the people who had reached the top time to look about. And before we were even halfway up, I was seriously wishing that we hadn't bothered joining the queue because, despite the thick stone walls, it was becoming uncomfortably hot and airless in the stairwell, and I was beginning to feel very faint and lightheaded. And to make matters worse, somewhere just up ahead of us, a young baby had started to cry. This was in the days before I had children of my own, so I wasn't very sympathetic. And as the cries turned to high-pitched screaming, I looked about at the people closest to me on the stairs and rolled my eyes. But they were pretending not to hear it, and so I grimaced and whispered to my boyfriend that I wished they'd shut it up. My boyfriend gave me an odd and I suspected condemning look, but didn't say anything, and we slowly continued to file up the stairs. As we did, the screaming got so loud that I seriously considered pushing into the line of people, going back down the stairs and just leaving the tower. But we'd spent such a long time queuing and then slowly filing up the stairs that I told myself we must be nearly at the top, and hopefully the baby would either soon be brought down or at least run out of steam. At each turn in the staircase, I expected to see a hot and harassed mother suddenly appear, carrying her screaming baby back down the stairs. But though the screaming continued, no mother or baby passed by. After what seemed like an eternity in that heat and noise, we finally made it to the room at the top, but I then realised that the crying was now coming from behind us. I said something to my boyfriend about how I'd thought that baby had been up ahead of us, but he just shrugged and quickly looked about the room, basically a fireplace and a window, before the guard ushered us back out to allow the next group in. As we climbed back down the staircase, I made encouraging comments to those slowly filing up. They didn't have much further to go, etc. And also debated with myself whether I should say something to the mum with the screaming baby, about maybe feeding it sometime, but, as you've probably guessed, there was no baby. The crying continued down the stone staircase all the way to the bottom, but then faded away as we went out through the tower door. As we went down the wooden ramp outside, I looked about for a baby but couldn't see one, and so turned to my boyfriend and asked him where that bloody baby had gone. The baby which had spent the best part of 40 minutes screaming its lungs out on the staircase and giving me a splitting headache. But he looked confused and asked me what baby. Turned out that he had never heard any baby crying as we'd slowly climbed the staircase, which is why he'd given me a weird look when I whispered to him about hoping they'd shut it up, nor when we climbed back down the stairs. Be interested to know if anyone else visiting that tower has ever heard a phantom baby screaming. I read up on the history of the White Tower afterwards, but couldn't find any reference to an infant, and the screams were definitely that of a very young or newborn child. When I was a kid, I spent 9 years in a house with major poltergeist activity, for which I got the blame. Cheers, Mum and Dad. And living with presences which utterly terrified me. But I do have one nice ghost story from the house, which I thought I'd share, as I think comforting ones are often the best. One of my uncles, my dad's youngest stepbrother, was supposed to be babysitting me and my older sister one night, when he suddenly collapsed and died in our hallway while my parents and my nan were getting ready to leave. He'd developed leukemia about 6 months previously, but was only 19, and apparently been responding well to therapy, and so it came as quite a shock. A year later, on the eve of the anniversary of his death, my mum decided to buy a bright red pot plant and put it in the lounge as a tribute. However, the next morning, she found that all the petals had changed colours to yellow. She was really angry and had specifically chosen a red plant as she'd remembered my nan commenting on an arrangement at his funeral about how he'd always loved the colour red. So took it back up to the greengrocer's to complain. But when she got there, the guy told her that there was no way that particular plant could change colour, and he had no idea how it had. He offered to swap it for a different plant, but didn't have any red plants left, and so my mum, now feeling a bit stupid, ended up bringing the first plant home again. But when she rang my nan later that day and explained about the plant, and how sorry she was it had changed colour overnight when she knew that Michael's favourite colour had been red, my nan told her that no, although he had liked the colour red, his favourite colour, since he was a little boy, had always been bright yellow. I grew up in a highly paranormally active, but disturbingly so house. But happily, our current home of 19 years, though active on a paranormal level, is not all frightening. Knocking on walls, footsteps upstairs when no one is up there, heavy breathing in one of the upstairs rooms, shadowy figures passing down the halls seen out the corner of your eye, guitars being strummed by invisible hands, lights being turned on and curtains pulled open and shut, the sudden and unexplained smell of smoke or violets in the dining room, and both myself and my partner having felt a hand on our back, etc. The house is mildly active all year round, but October and November always sees things heat up quite a bit, though not sure whether this is due to the history of the house or the fact that these are usually the wettest months. Anyhow, all the activity here is very non-threatening, and in fact, living in a reasonably isolated farmhouse and with my partner working away, I actually find it quite comforting knowing that I'm not alone with the kids. Anyhow, last week my partner was home for a few days, and on Thursday morning, as I was walking back from the kitchen to our bedroom, I found a large oblong shape of what looked like white smoke hovering and curling in front of me at head height, which is something I've never seen before. I watched it for a few seconds and then just thought, okay then, and walked through it and went into our bedroom. I told my partner I'd just seen something in the hall, but before I had a chance to describe it, he described it for me, apparently having seen exactly the same thing the day before. He usually just dismisses all the activity he doesn't witness firsthand, so I'm happy he also saw this one. Be interested to know if anyone else has seen something like this, as it's the first time I have. No odour, change of temperature as I walked through it, etc. Just literally an oblong box of what appeared to be white smoke, curling and shifting in front of me at head height. So to preface, the Reno was just a bathroom repair. We had to rely on the dry wall of the shower because of water damage. So nothing substantial to the point of a whole scene from the movie Poltergeist and finding bones in the yard. But still, stuff has picked up since then. I had experienced a few things since we first moved here about 3 or 4 years ago, including hearing myself and my family members, seeing people who aren't there, watching stuff move or break on their own, and, although not the worst, but the creepiest, I saw myself walk from my room to the back door. The man I saw had much shorter hair than I did at the time and didn't notice me. We've got a couple regular specials, guests. One thing is in my parents' closet, and it's gotten much meaner since the Reno. Another is a tall blonde man that my sister and I coined the name the Swede. He's more of a protecting thing than others, and usually comforts us when something lashes out. And the last one was a more tricky thing, stomping up and down the hallway and running into my face, knocking on my door and waking me up mid-sleep. And this was all before we had the bathroom repaired. As the repairs were going on, I heard 2 of my sisters calling for me from different sides of the house when I'm home alone, and one of them's even moved out. And I've recently had a nightmare about Joseph, an entity that had harassed me in a past house. This entity is his whole own thing and had left physical handprints on my body. And he was standing over my bed and telling me that he was back. I said that I won't let him hurt me or others, and he laughed as he told me that he wasn't after me this time. I was having an argument with my father yesterday, and I turned because I heard my mother talking in the kitchen, and both my father and I watched as some items that were on top of the microwave suddenly shot into her face as she was walking past. Some papers and plastic containers. It also broke some glass bowls that my grandmother had gifted us. This morning, I woke up and had to go, as you do. But I noticed my father's in the bathroom, so I decided to wait in my bedroom to avoid another possible argument. Some minutes later, I hear the door open and he starts petting one of the cats, ringing her collar's bell before walking into and shutting his room's door. He drags his feet, so I know it was him I heard. But I opened the door and nope, he was still there. He had actually started a shower as I was watching the space trying to figure out what was happening, so it in no way could have been him. My sisters and I are a little more than nervous, because activity has definitely picked up with Dad yelling at us a lot more than usual lately. My mum is trying to ignore that anything is going on because if they were bad, they would have shown me and my dad, so is against the idea of ghosts that he goes on full tangents about how stupid an idea it is for them to exist, despite watching a line of marks, like a scratch from an animal, appear on my side once while watching TV with him. I had screamed out from the pain and he asked me what made me yell. I lifted my shirt side a little and I could see I was already bleeding from the gashes. My family moved into this house 2 years ago, and we've always had an issue with the garage door opening, shutting, slamming, locking and seeing each other walk into the garage. Creepy enough, considering the family member we see isn't even home. But it was only ever the 2 rooms closest to the garage. Recently I've been seeing someone walk from my bedroom to the bathroom, across a small hallway. My sister also has a room in the hallway, but hers is right next to the bathroom, so she can't see into there that much. Within the past 2 weeks, I've seen what looks like my youngest older sister, and the youngest of us 4 girls, walking from our 4 room to the bathroom. I hear her stepping and swinging the door shut, locking it and flipping the light on. I thought this was weird, because on my phone call with Mom just a few minutes prior, she said that sister wasn't even home. I dismissively say, "Oh, I didn't know I was home." I'll call her A, second oldest B, and my oldest sister C. Dad, B and I were all on the couch laying down, and I only saw the top of the head. Dad and B look at me like I'm crazy. "A isn't even home," B says to me, as Dad says, "What?" I went to check the bathroom, and sure enough, all of the locking and shutting the door did happen. This happened 3 more times up to yesterday after work, where even my sister B said to have seen someone walking from my room to the bathroom while she was alone in the house. This happened a few years ago, but it lasted so long and it was so scary that I could never forget it. Mom says that her and my sister Jay are sensitive to and able to communicate with spirits. I was never sure if I could. I was always told I couldn't, but now I'm not so sure. My sister Jay bought a glow-in-the-dark Ouija board from Toys R Us, of all places, and put it in her and my sister A's room, which they shared while I shared my room with my other sister C. My mother's mother died about 2 months beforehand, and it really messed us up. Everything was fine for about 3 weeks until I had a nightmare. In the nightmare, I was sitting on my bed with my legs hanging down, and I was facing my sister's room. It didn't seem weird to me that I was going through the wall, and I sat and watched as a man adjusted his suit tie from where my sister's closet was. He had slicked back hair and stubble all over his chin. He looked like a very classy man, except for how bad you felt just by looking at him. He told me, "Once I'm free, I'm going to kill your mother." I can't recall if I said anything to him, but when I woke up, I felt like I was still there, sitting on the edge of my bed and staring at him. I could feel him staring at me. I told my mother that Joseph wants to get out of the board, and he was planning on hurting her. She didn't believe me and said that me naming what I saw made them stronger. A week later, my mother approached me and asked me how I knew what was going to happen, and I told her. It was horrible being in that house. The house was my home, and whatever he did ruined it for me. I couldn't even sit in the living room one day because I'd keep feeling electricity and keep getting electrocuted because of him. And I told Mom that I think Joseph had a cause as to why I kept feeling it so badly while just sitting on the couch. A week later, she tells me that the homeowner just told them that a guy burned to death in 75. Since then, I could always feel him staring at me. He was always in the closet of my sister's room, like he was stuck there, and there was a strange dark feeling around him that lashed out like tentacles in every direction. I could always see him in my mind. I was looking into the house from an aerial view somehow, and I would feel him with ears that weren't my own. I could hear him mocking me, telling me that once he was free, he would eviscerate my mother and the sisters who helped her let him get closer. He would always yell about wanting to kill my mother. Sometimes I'd wake up from a nightmare because his tormenting and teasing woke me up. Doors would slam, we'd hear footsteps down the hall when everyone was in bed, and we'd see people walking through the house, and we'd walk to where they went and see no one there. Once, I was putting a giant container of Mom's stuffed peppers into our crappy backup fridge in the garage, because the fridge in the kitchen had no room, and as I got down to the bottom of the steps, I turned back because I forgot to grab the mashed potatoes too. And I see the door slam shut by itself so hard that the door on the fridge behind me opens. One of the reasons it was down there is because we usually slam the front door shut. Even when we moved, I was still connected to him by that weird aerial view. We moved a good 3 miles away, not that far in the long run, but I hoped it was far enough away from him. I was so wrong. He was so pissed off that we left, that I left, that his weird black energy I mentioned before had engulfed the whole house and he was screaming at me to come back, that I had to come back and that I belonged to him. I would constantly wake up with bruises on me from where he would grab me in my dreams. I was trying to ignore his existence, trying to force myself to believe that this was all imaginary. But the bruises kept coming and coinciding with where he would hit me in my dreams. And when I looked back to the house in my mind with that aerial view version of me, he would somehow grab that too. While I was awake, he once grabbed the arm of me when I was looking at him with the aerial view and dragged me down to look at him and demanded I return. I quickly left whatever version of me that even is and went to school. My friends in my second period English class all asked me what happened, And when I was confused, they showed me the large and dark hand-shaped bruise on my left arm. I made up a story about me starting to sleepwalk and how I must have grabbed my own arm really hard. Somehow they bought it, and it went away in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks after that, I was sitting on our couch in the living room of the new house and was watching TV with Dad, who refuses to believe in ghosts, and I don't blame him. And I could feel Joseph suddenly lash out again, and suddenly the left side of my lower back is burning in strips. I cry as a throb of pain suddenly hits from the burning, and my dad looks at my side where I told him the pain was. Dad gets pissed off and yells at me for messing with the cats, and I say I didn't, and ask what it looks like. He takes me to the bathroom and takes me to the mirror and shows me the 4 bloody strips on my hip and says, "Not messing with the cats, bullshit. Maybe next time leave the animals alone." I told Mom, and she brought over a friend who said they have some ability to stop it. Now at this point, I'm half believing them. I convinced myself pretty well that what happened in the last house was all made up by me. I can't remember when I stopped seeing him after that, but when I look back nowadays, I don't see him in that house. All I feel is a faint shadow of what used to be Joseph. It isn't even him anymore, just what's left, in imprint. This is the only thing that's ever hurt me. I'm relieved he's gone, but it was horrible. He had tormented me over a span of 4 years. The year was 2012 and I was pregnant with my firstborn. I had just recently lost my father to depression and was at a low point in my life. My best friend had just moved back into a childhood home after living in Alaska for a few years, so we decided to catch up and watch some movies. I arrived at my friend's house at 5 p.m. We laughed the whole time, and before I knew it, the sun had gone down. At around 10 p.m, her mother came in and told us to go to sleep. I hadn't planned on staying the night. I was originally going to leave around sundown as there were no streetlights in the area, and I was too scared to drive back in the dark. I wasn't tired, but we turned everything off in her bedroom. She couldn't sleep with any lights on in her room. However, I'm a huge scaredy cat and usually leave the TV on. So at this point, the only light in the room came from her digital alarm clock. I told her to talk to me in the dark so I could relax and fall asleep. After a few minutes, our eyes adjusted to the darkness and we noticed movement at the foot of her bed. Something had crawled into her bed and was underneath the covers. At first it was small and was circular in shape, like a ball. It rolled slowly in between us underneath the queen blanket we both shared. There was no pressure on the bed. I should mention the bed was a queen bed, and there was not a lot of space in between us, but it never grazed our legs. The farther it climbed up, the larger it got. It turned from a roll to a crawl as a circular object turned to a head, and you could make out the outline of the shoulders. It was small, but got larger and larger the closer it got to us. It started to form a humanoid shape, the outline of a small child. At this point, we aren't scared, just confused. As it reaches the end of the blanket near our heads, we look down towards the middle of the bed and see her chihuahua, who's also confused. He didn't react. Suddenly, as it reached the end of the blanket, a blue orb came out of the covers and we just stared at it. It was blinking different shades of blue and white and hung above the bed between our heads. I could see the reflection of it in the dog's eyes. Then just as quickly as it appeared, it flew further up and flew full speed at the wall and disappeared. At this point, the fear creeps in and I'm confused and angry. I'll tell my best friend if she saw that too. She does and starts to describe the same thing I saw. I sit up in bed and that's when I get the overwhelming feeling that someone is watching us. I look around the dark room trying to adjust my eyes when I notice at the foot of the bed directly in front of me, there's a little girl. About 10 to 13, curly shoulder-length brown hair, thin, and she's wearing a nightgown. We made eye contact and I couldn't look away. I could hear my friend in the background saying something but couldn't make out the words. Once again, I felt no fear. I was just stunned and couldn't look away until my friend's voice got louder. I turned to look at her and snap. I tell her to shut up angrily. Then I look back and the girl is gone. I freak out and apologise to her. I have no idea why I suddenly got so angry, and I had no idea that she was saying. She then tells me just at that moment, she started praying loudly. She's a Catholic. The weird thing is that even though I couldn't see her anymore, I could feel her. I knew she was in the room but hiding in the closet. The closet had no doors. I was too scared to go home as I didn't want her to show up in my back seat. So I told my friend that we should lay down with our heads facing the foot of the bed, and I slept facing the closet in case she got out. Let me mention I had no interest in interacting with her. I just knew that if she came back out and tried to attack me, I'd be ready for it. The dog didn't make a sound the whole time. He was in a trance-like state, but he's usually a grumpy and mean dog, quick to bite and bark, but quiet that night. First of all, let me tell you that this happened almost 15 years ago. I live in Monterrey, Mexico. If you don't know, it's one of the 3 biggest cities north of Mexico. Something similar to Austin or San Antonio. In 2005, I used to live with 5 other friends in a country house outside of the city when I was in college. One of my best friends lived there because of the divorce of his parents and didn't want to live alone, so he invited us. You could imagine all the stupid and immature stuff we did back then. We used to have very stupid rules, such as have dinner in the roof every night. We put a table, chairs and a couch just to be on the roof having fun. One night, I believe it was a Monday, while we're having dinner, just after a game of paintball, all of a sudden, I heard a very loud noise above us and used the paintball gun to see what that was. Turns out it was an owl. I was about to take a shot when one of my friends took the gun out of my hands and started to scream. "What are you doing, man? That's a witch!" And then started screaming something like, "Go away, you fucking witch! We don't want you here, you cunt." I was shocked and asked him what the fuck was that. And he said that in Mexico, there's the belief that witches can turn into owls to fly or something like that. We laughed, and that was it. That night, one of our friends who lived there and worked in a bar, so his hours were very different from us, who were university students, he was watching TV in the living room when suddenly he came into our room. We all slept in the same room to save money on air conditioning and started yelling that he heard someone had jumped the fence and gotten into the house. We all went out with golf clubs, baseball bats and brooms, anything we could use as a weapon to defend ourselves. We searched everywhere and found no one. 2 days later, on Wednesday, a friend was talking on MSN Messenger with a girl. They were chatting on webcam, and when he asked her to take off some of her clothes, she told him no, because he was with his friends. He told her that we were already asleep, which was true, and she told him that it wasn't true, that she had just seen someone pass behind him and go down the stairs. Immediately, he entered the room screaming and woke us all up, saying that now someone had managed to get into the house. We all went back out to look for who had gotten in, and nothing. There was no one. Two days later on Friday, it happened to me. While I was on the computer doing homework at night, and while everyone else was asleep, I started to hear voices coming from the garage floor below. At first it was far away, like a whisper, but you couldn't understand anything they said. Then the noise got louder, closer and closer. I was very scared and went into my friend's room and woke them up, saying that I heard voices downstairs, that now someone had gotten into the house. As you can imagine, no one was there. That Sunday, all of us went back to our houses to be with our parents. The only one there was the owner. That day, his mum and brothers went to see him and eat. When his sister went to the bathroom, she said that she heard a person laugh in the walk-in closet. When she went to check, she said that she saw a girl dressed all in white, with two ponytails on each side of her face, got scared and mad and went to tell her mom. Immediately, his mother got angry thinking that he had a woman hiding in the house. She yelled something at him like, "Why do you have a whore hiding in the house?" He told her there was no one else in the house, that we had all gone with our parents, and there were no women hiding. When they went to check again, they saw that no one was there. His mother immediately got scared. She's very religious and thought it was a ghost. The next day they took a father, pastor or shaman or something like that, to bless the house, and he told them that he felt some presence in the house. That of a girl and that of an adult. He also said that the girl told him that she was afraid of the other presence, and that she liked being where we were. There, she felt safe. Sometime later, I went to a very popular blog at that time about paranormal things in Latin America. It was a page from Argentina called The Paranormal, where I told what was happening to us and asked what we could do. One of the things that they answered me was to ask someone who had lived in the area for a long time before if they knew anything. The next day, I asked the lady who helped us with the cleaning if she knew anything about what the place was before. She told me that she had lived a long time ago, very close to there. That even where the house was now, before, it was a very large ranch, whose barn burned down, killing two people, an old man and his granddaughter. I also asked her if she had seen anything strange in the house, to which she replied immediately, "You saw the shadow?" And then said that she couldn't clean the second floor alone for fear of the shadow. Over time, we learned to live with the presences. Even joking, we called her the girl every time something strange happened with the lights, or some strange noise. We said it was the girl who was there. All of us who lived there or friends who visited said in one way or another they heard, felt or saw something. But there was never any evidence. Until one day, we were all having a barbecue with our girlfriends when we took a picture. The girl on the edge of the photo, on the left, is my wife. Behind her is part of her face in a small ponytail, just like my friend's sister had seen. This photo is from 2008, several years after the events I told you about. However, we didn't realise it until a few years ago, when Facebook showed me the memory of this photograph, and we began to see that we were all with our girlfriends. There was someone else that was not at that dinner, and we realised that it was the girl that we were finally able to photograph. I'm usually quite sceptical about ghosts, and I wouldn't inherently call this one a ghost, but I think it's interesting, and I'd like to get some other people's opinions on it. During the second lockdown in the UK, me and my girlfriend were going out for walks in a nearby forested area. We sat down in this area just for a rest to talk. During a pause in thought, I looked off into the trees. It's a fairly new part of the forest, so they're all quite skinny and spaced out. And I see what looks like a tall, pitch black figure stood next to a tree, which was quite strange. So I just kind of stared at it for a while. My girlfriend noticed me staring at something and asked what I was looking at, and I said something like, "There's something that looks like a man standing over there," and I pointed at it. She agreed that it looked like that, and I said that it was strange and that whatever was making it look like a figure was so dark since it was quite a bright day out. She seemed confused because she saw this figure as a bright white silhouette. We both described the shape to each other and it seemed to be the same, but I was still assuming we were just looking at different things. So I suggested we stand up and walk towards it and see what was causing it. However, when we stood up, we couldn't see it anymore. So we both sat back down to see if it was just the change of perspective, but it was totally gone. I'm still not fully sure what it was. Maybe we just didn't sit down exactly where we were sitting before, but we hadn't even moved. But I think it's fun to think of it as a ghost. I'm interested to see what you guys think of this, or what explanations you can come up with. I moved out of my parents' house for the first time and rented a house about 10 minutes away with my friend and his sister. This started out normal enough, going to school, going to work, college parties, etc. The first experience we had involved random banging noises coming from the basement. It came up in conversation between us, but we didn't think too much of it. Thus began escalating after a few months of living there, however. One day, I returned home from work and sat down in the living room. I began hearing voices from my roommate's bedroom and thought my friend's sister must be home. I walked over to say hello, and the voices stopped. No one was home. I thought that was weird, but went back to the living room to sit down. The voices started up again and lasted for about 5 minutes. I could only make out a word here or there, so I can't speak to any specifics. I heard we and them, and that's about it. My male roommate had a cat and it would sleep in his room every night. My roommate told me that he awoke to something grabbing and touching his feet in the middle of the night. He thought it was his cat's tail or something, but when he sat up, the cat was asleep on the floor. As a college house, we frequently had house parties with our close friends. Our friend Corey would often pass out in the recliner in the living room. One morning, after we spent the night, he told us he felt something grabbing his feet, and after a few minutes, it pulled him out of the chair by his feet onto the floor. At this point, I figured the house was haunted, but I wasn't overly worried about it. The atmosphere changed drastically, however, when I would get this strong feeling of dread and hate towards me when home alone. This feeling was very strong in the basement. Whenever leaving the house, I'd get this distinct feeling something was watching me leave. Now the cherry on top, I was asleep one night when I suddenly awoke with that feeling of dread. I looked across the room and there was a figure standing with its arm resting on top of my desk chair. I couldn't make out all of its features, but I distinctly remember its dark curly hair, its eyes, and the button-up shirt it was wearing. At first, I thought someone must have broken into our house. I stood up on my bed and confronted the figure. I asked who the fuck you are. It didn't answer me, and after getting angrier, I threatened it and took a step forward. It disappeared. I didn't tell anyone about what I saw because I couldn't be 100% sure if it was a dream, and I didn't want to freak my roommate out further. A month or so later, we were having another house party. The group of people there were all close friends. Our friend Amanda went downstairs to get a purse she'd left down there, and soon came running up the stairs hysterical. She said she saw a dude standing in the corner who she'd never seen before. We went to investigate and found nothing. I asked her to describe him, and she described the figure I saw exactly. Again, I didn't tell anyone about what I saw in my room. We moved out soon after this, and I was glad to be rid of the place. Luca was named by his creator Wayne Klesky, and is part of the Catherine's collection range of dolls. And as far as we know, he's the only one of his kind that's unique. By that I mean spirited. When or how he became like this is unknown. He first came to us in 2013. It was just after the second peak of haunting spanning 20 years and 7 houses just started again. I was looking for a Christmas present for my wife and found him advertised on a local for sale website for $70. I contacted the elderly owner, who told me that his late wife was a doll collector and she had paid $1,200 for him at an art exhibition in Melbourne, Australia in 2000, and he was a prized possession of hers. He stated that none of his adult children wanted Luca, and he just wanted him to go to a good home and even offered to give us Luca for free, but we gladly paid what he was asking. We took him home, setting him up in an old antique chair that we used for other dolls for years without incident. Within hours, I would find he wasn't as I left him. He was looking slightly to the left instead of straight ahead, but didn't think much of it at first, just passing it off as the wind or our cat had disturbed him or something, or bumped into the chair. So I carefully line his chin up with the seam that runs down the front of his chest once again, facing him looking straight ahead. This continued for weeks, but each time he would move noticeably more than the last time, including his puppets and at times his arms and legs, until it got to the point we would check on him just before we went to bed, to only find that in the morning that his head would be turned 90 degrees. Once again, I would line his chin up with the seam and make sure he was looking straight, and adjust his puppets and limbs. While this was going, the second peak of haunting was ramping up. It was the stage of we had 7 haunting occurrences a day, not counting Lucas's movements. It was a quiet day, and it was around the time Lucas started to get bolder by moving when someone was in the same room, seconds after checking on him, usually when you turn your back for a few seconds or walk past him. His head would twist 90 degrees instead of looking straight, and often there'd be a strange electrical type feeling around him while he was active. This continued on a 7 to 9 day cycle, up to the peak of haunting on the 12th of January 2016, when my wife became only what I can describe as possessed and vanished one night. After this date, Luca was still active while my wife was still missing, but less frequent. Although I've had some success with video captures of Luca lighting up EMF meters all the way, and answering directly to questions using spirit boxes, and also some really strange sound captured including a girl screaming, "Let me out," for 40 minutes straight. A tune whistled very clearly in the early hours of the morning next to him. I've never been able to get him moving on video. Usually when this happens, the camera malfunctions, the file gets corrupted, or the camera gets moved. However, I did capture him removing a sheet of him I put on his once to keep the dust off him, but I did witness him move once while holding after he had an accident. He turned and looked me directly in the face. It was a very quick movement. I no longer video Luca full time, if ever, because it became too costly. So far, he's claimed 6 sets of cameras, 3 laptops, and 2 tablets. All were brand new and worked perfectly before using them in regards to him. He seems to allow me to record to the point before he's had enough. But to sum up some points about Luca, as to try to keep this as short as possible, he seems to have his own personality and even loves the odd prank. Animals love him. I've seen a cat we once had embrace him in bear-type hugs, smooching to his face, and our border collie used to lie in his feet as a pup. Lucas loved animals on at least 2 occasions. We witnessed balls that have been left near rolled towards our cats. One even made a right-angled turn. He doesn't seem evil when he turned his head. It was often towards me where my wife would sit staring at her. I feel that he was trying to warn us. Lucas seems very shy and doesn't like cameras. Luca does things on his own terms when he's ready. Finally, we just accept that Luca is himself and no one in our families are afraid of him. It was my mother's 45th birthday, and my younger and elder sisters and I, alongside family and friends, were celebrating my mother's birthday at a restaurant. I was 17, and my younger sister was 16, and my elder sister 22. It was getting late, and since my older sister was in her 20s, she decided to stay whilst my younger sister and I decided to head back home. Since neither of us had cars, we took an Uber home. We had this tradition where we would frequently watch scary movies together, sometimes with our friends. We didn't live together, and our parents were divorced, and at the time, I lived with my dad, and would stay with my mother and 2 sisters over the holidays and celebrations. We got home, and we got to my younger sister's room upstairs. Let's call her E, and discuss what movie we're going to watch. After deciding, we go downstairs to get snacks, and there's a corridor connecting the staircase downstairs to the kitchen. Maybe 10 to 12 feet long, with a single door to the left, leading down to the basement, and a door leading to another room on the right. We're halfway to the corridor, and we hear somebody take 3 solid steps upstairs. You know when you hear someone walking upstairs, and you can hear their weight pressing down on the floor with the creaking sounds? It was like that. So much so that we simultaneously looked up, then at each other, and I asked her if the sister is home. My younger sister and I refer to our older sister as sister, and the 2 refer to me as brother, and my older sister and I refer to our younger sisters by her name. She said no. Her eyes were wide open and scared, and so were mine. Initially, we just wanted to run out of the house, but we decided to return to the restaurant, but our phones were upstairs, so we couldn't order an Uber. I slowly crept up the stairs with my sister behind me, because she was scared to be alone, and after making a deal that if we saw someone, we would dash for the door. We get up to her room, and all the other rooms upstairs, and there's nothing. We check all the doors and cabinets, and nothing. Nothing is on the floor. We checked all the windows, and all of them were closed. No sheets on beds disturbed. Under the beds, and again, nothing. We collected our phones and took an Uber back to the restaurant, and told all the adults our story, and all the adults drunk were just laughing at us. My mother especially being sarcastic, referring to our granddad that had died several months ago, saying he came to visit. To this day, my sister still has the voice recordings from 5 years ago on her Snapchat of us freaking out, sending voice memos to her best friend frantically, explaining the situation. And even now, I remember her friends jokingly replying that we can stay at hers for the night. This is one of my only unexplained paranormal things. So I live in a dorm, and I've already lived in the room, and I'm in for all of last semester. Because of that, I'm pretty used to all the normal sounds that occur in the building. My roommate and I just moved back in for the spring semester, and our old suite mates have moved out. Lately, we've been hearing a noise as if a key is being inserted into our door. We always quickly go to open the door since it's usually unlocked and never see a person there. We also check the 2 empty rooms on either side of us to see if those doors have magically been unlocked. Is there any sane explanation for this? Some extra background info. 1. Like I said, we've lived there before, so we know the noise of the typical movement and the sounds of doors further away sound like. It's not that. 2. Our old suite mates might have left some bad energy. We weren't getting along with them because of how they were treating my roommates and myself, so maybe that caused it. 3. We didn't bring anything new into the dorm that could have caused this. I do own vintage things, but everything that I have that is vintage was also here last semester. And 4. We haven't engaged with whatever it is yet, if it's a spirit besides saying hello, when we thought a person was trying to enter the room. The noise has been happening more frequently at night and is now occurring much more often. It would be in 15 minutes from the last one, so if you know what this could be, please let me know. Just for the record, my family has no record of mental disorders such as schizophrenia or anything like that. In the summer of 2017, I was 15 at the time, I had a very vivid dream of a place that I had never seen in my life. It was weirder than a normal dream. It's hard to explain, but the whole thing felt off. Sometimes dreams feel more like a reality, but this was different. About a week after the dream, I went on a mission trip to Texas. Throughout the week, I would get a sense of déjà vu at different places I went. It was the strongest sense of déjà vu I'd ever gotten before. It's kind of hard to explain, but it was like déjà vu that you could feel down to your core, if that makes any sense. It would come and go throughout the week, but it didn't get crazy until we left Texas. When we got to the panhandle of Florida, we stayed in the gymnasium of a Baptist college for the night. We got there at about 11 or 12 at night. All of us were tired. The déjà vu didn't kick in right away, but I was in awe that I had seen this place before too. I kept it to myself because it was weird, and I didn't want to get questioned about it. As I was taking a shower in the locker rooms of the gym, I had realised I had showered there before with the same Sharpie tattoos on my arms. A girl drew Sharpie tattoos on my arms the prior night, and I hadn't showered since then. After that, I brushed my teeth and went to sleep on the gym floor in my sleeping bag. The gym is 2 stories tall and has a balcony overlooking it. Upstairs, a light was on that couldn't be shut off for some reason. I had the urge to go upstairs. It wasn't something that was optional, I had to go up there. My soul was strongly set on going up there. I see my youth pastor walking to the water fountain in the corner of the gym and tell him that I had a strong urge to go upstairs. He was concerned and confused, obviously, but me, him and one other adult went upstairs in the elevator. When we got there, I was walking through the exact dream that I had a week prior. I recalled everything that I had seen. After looking around for a few minutes, we decided to take the elevator back down. The other guy that was with us stepped in first, and as soon as he was in the elevator, the doors immediately shut. That's not normal elevator behaviour. My youth leader even tried pulling the doors before they shut, but had to let go before they crushed his hands. We took the stairs and met the other guy on the bottom floor. He went to bed, and I went to talk with my youth leader. I explained to him that I had insanely strong deja vu, and even as I was talking to him, I felt like I'd had the conversation before in the same spot and everything. He didn't know what to do, so we just prayed and we both went to bed. The next part was the scariest thing to ever happen in my life. Remember the whole schizophrenic thing mentioned in this post? This is the point where I thought I'd lost it. I started hearing whispers around me, indistinct as if they weren't speaking English. They would close in around me, and when I looked towards the source of the noise, it would come from somewhere else. Then footsteps, coming from different places and disappearing when I looked at them. I heard a low hum as well. I cried and clutched a rock with a cross drawn on it that I had got from Texas. I eventually faded into sleep. I honestly don't know how. The next day, I woke up and told no one about the voices and such. When I left, I recognised the buildings of the college campus vividly, just like at the end of my dream like 2 weeks prior. Since then, I've had periodic dreams like this. No voices or anything like that. Usually when I get them, I'm doing something out of the ordinary. For example, going to a football or hockey game, nice restaurants, drinking or smoking, etc. Last week, I had a premonition almost every day. My theory on why I've had this happen: I'm connected to a spirit or some supernatural force. Over the summer, I was screwing around listening to satanic hymns lying in bed with my eyes closed. I felt like I was floating and had goosebumps and chills. Scary stuff. It was also around the time I had the original premonition. I've had many premonitions, so many I've lost count. I'm keeping them to myself so this post isn't too long, but if people are interested, I'll do a follow-up or answer any questions that people have. Last Sunday, I went over to one of my best friend's houses to talk about the premonitions that I've been having as of late, as well as some drama. A little background to my friend. She's had a connection to the spiritual realm for about the past 10 years, after her father committed suicide when she was 7. I can't say the reason because I'm one of the few people who know, and I swore I wouldn't. All I can say is it wasn't due to the supernatural. She also has a connection to animals. This is an important detail. I trust her with my life, and she trusts her life with me. We've known each other for a year and a half, after my premonition started when school began. We got deep into conversation and talked about my premonitions and how they've been more frequent lately, and how more and more people seem to be getting them as late. She's gone through a rough time, and she told me occasionally she has a seance to contact her dad to guide her. She hasn't done this for some time, and wanted me around for the next time she did it. We said we'd do it another day. We continued to talk for some time until her dog stood up right on the bed. Her dog, Moxie, had been lying down, with ears perked and stared at the corner. My friend has done many seances in the past, and her dog would let her know when a spirit was nearby acting like this. My friend told me it was mine. I know that she's done this before, but she's never told me what exactly happens and how she starts to interact with the spirit. She walked over to a candle in the corner of the room and lit it. She also grabbed a small crucifix and a feather. She explained that she heard it means a deceased relative is near. She also just kind of has a thing for feathers, and held them in her hands. She started talking to the spirits, asking for guidance, hoping that it was her father because she hadn't contacted him for some time. After about a couple of minutes of nothing happening, the temperature dropped what felt like 10 degrees. The fan was off, and the AC didn't turn on either. Dogs started barking outside a couple moments later. Suddenly, we heard the voice of a child. It sounded like a little girl. It said my friend's name. My friend lost focus and the spirit left. The room returned to its normal temperature, however the corner was still cool. I stopped writing this post for a bit, but I'm with my friend right now, and she explained that she's been seeing a small handprint on her mirror whenever she got out of the shower, on and off for the past year or so. She says she hasn't had any younger family members die. Whatever spirit we contacted, it definitely wasn't her dad. She says that she started seeing the handprints since she moved into her house, over the summer after her freshman year. I met her the sophomore year. The area that she lives in is recently developed, and her family are the first owners of the house. The spirit's never done anything harmful, and she doesn't feel uncomfortable with it. The woods by her house. I love the woods. They never bothered me. I was in Boy Scouts for 5 years and I've never been creeped out by the woods. I've been alone in the woods and it's never been an issue. But those woods are different. I've never been in the woods, but I've been just outside the woods. One time, I was waiting for my girlfriend's mom to fall asleep so she could sneak me in for a booty call. She told me to wait by the woods in my car. When I was there, I felt like I was being watched and I felt very uneasy. I didn't feel safe at all. I didn't want to get out of my car. To be honest, I repeatedly made sure that my car was locked and I shrunk down in my seat a bit. Afterwards, I talked to my girlfriend about it. She mentioned the woods in the past, but I didn't think it was those particular woods. She told me some of the experiences she's had in the woods. I trust my girlfriend, and I don't think she'd make up that kind of stuff. She's not that type of person, but I'm more of a believer if it happens to me or I witness something. She told me a few experiences. One time, she was in her car with her ex by the woods. I'm pretty sure it was the same spot I was at, and they both heard a bone-chilling scream. It was off in the distance, so it was faint. It sounded like a woman's scream. She's heard it a few times. She's also seen white humanoid figures with long arms. She told me that she and some of her friends went into the woods and would leave each other alone for a bit, as sort of a game. When it was her turn, she felt like she was being watched in all directions, and she heard leaves rustling like something was moving. It was only for 5 minutes, then her friends came back. When it was her friend's turn, they found him in a fetal position with scratch marks on his arm. They weren't too deep. Once they found him, they helped him up and booked it out of the woods. Despite the stories and being too afraid to get out of my car, I didn't really have a reason to anyway. I went to go and investigate for myself. I sure as hell won't go alone, but my girlfriend is done with those woods. There's no way she's going back. If I ever do go into those woods, I'll record what I find and share it. Her house. I haven't seen all that much happen in person. Most of it's been over FaceTime. I've only seen a couple things for myself. Others she'll tell me. We FaceTime late at night so she can sleep. My presence relaxes her, just knowing I'm there. One time when she was dead asleep, I saw the blanket slide off her a bit. It wasn't moving or anything. The blanket just got pulled off her slowly. Maybe an inch or so. Creepy to say the least. Her phone was also moved on its own while I've been on FaceTime. One time, I heard tapping on her screen, and I thought she was doing it to mess with me. I told her to knock it off because I was trying to sleep too. I looked over at my phone and she was facing away from the phone and asleep. Those are the personal experiences I've had. Some of the things she's told me are creepy as hell, but I'm not quite sure if I believe them. The really creepy stuff started happening a couple weeks ago. She went to her dad's house about 3 hours north in the middle of nowhere. When she came back, she started hearing footsteps running across her room late at night. She also hears laughing and crying. She feels like she's being watched, and she says that she'll see a little girl hiding behind her closet door. She has a dresser next to her closet, and it leaves a little gap. That's where she says she sees the girl. The past 2 nights, she hasn't been able to sleep at all. I don't know if there's really a little girl, like I said. I haven't witnessed it myself, but whatever's going on, it's keeping her up at night. When I spent the night at her house, though, I heard knocking on the window. She has a fenced-in backyard. The fence is one of those tall plastic ones that would be very difficult to get over. The creepiest part is the knocking always happens during the witching hour, and it's always 3 seconds. Sometimes rapid and sometimes slower. She says it's every night, and one time I checked, it was 3:20. All I know is every time it's between 3 and 4. The There's no way that it's a tree or anything. If it was, the fact there's only one knocking around a specific time, and only 3 times, is highly unlikely. However, hopefully, whatever's in her room doesn't follow her. We're looking to get an apartment together at the end of the year. In the meantime, at least, is there anything I can do to ward off whatever negative energy or entity is there? I read somewhere that 3 knocks is a sign of a demon, but I'm not sure of anything like that. If it were, what could I do? Before I was born, the 4 of them used to hang out a lot. They would often drive far out into the Mojave Desert to just party and drink around a fire and have a good time. Anyway, for this story, I'm going to call my dad Conrad and my mom Stacy, and their friends I'll call Brad and Gina. So they drive away into the desert to have a fire. It's summertime, it's hot. Although it's the middle of the night, it's definitely not cold. Well, my mom Stacy and her friend Gina were starting to get scared about tarantulas and decided they didn't want to camp out there after all. So all 4 of them started driving back. It's like 2 a.m. They were on a dirt road that went on for miles and miles with nothing on it. Suddenly, up ahead in the headlights, they saw a man in a long black trench coat with a wide-brimmed hat, and the collar of his coat pulled up, walking along the side of the road going the same direction they were driving. My dad grew up hitchhiking a lot and used to pick up hitchhikers as well, so my mom knew my dad would consider stopping and talking to this guy to see if he needed a ride. But they got a terrible feeling about him. My mom always said that the way he was walking, the way he looked and was dressed, and how he was out in the middle of nowhere, he was just emitting this really messed up energy that felt absolutely terrifying and even evil. Gina felt the same way. My dad starts joking, "Hey, let's pick this guy up." And my mom and Gina immediately start screaming and crying and begging him not to. They were in the back seat, my dad driving and Brad in the passenger seat. Gina was even punching my dad in the back, screaming, "No, don't stop." I guess my dad slowed way down as he passed him, and they all turned to look at him as they went by. However, the moment that they passed him, he was gone. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. It's not like there were rocks or trees to hide behind, and the weird thing is, I grew up hearing this story from my parents, but living far away from their friends. When I was very young, we moved up north, and they lost touch. Although whenever we'd come back to California to visit, we'd always get together with them, and it was like nothing had changed. I moved back here to California as an adult, and I work for Gina now. One of our first conversations when I came back was about the Hat Man. She brought it up, not me, and she said word for word the exact same story that my parents always told me growing up. My university that I go to was built in the late 1800s, and the dorm I lived in was built in the 40s or 50s. The dorm itself has had many students commit suicide. There was one incident that was bad enough where it was covered by news outlets. The school itself informed those attending the school. If you attend a public university in the US, you more than likely know that universities tend to hide and not publicly discuss things like this unless it's very bad. Obviously, rumours of this dorm being haunted circulate to the entire university. When you tell someone that you lived or live in this dorm, they automatically ask, "Have you ever had anything happen to you or anything?" I've had many instances of something happening while I lived there. Every night, the door would open and slam shut. We weren't the only residents who were having issues with this either. We kept our doors locked during the night, so we were always freaked out on how this was happening, especially after we found out it wasn't the hall's RA. There was another time when my friends and I were sitting on the futon watching TV. The plastic signs that hold the fire escape plan on the back of the door flew off and into the living area, which was a good 12 feet away from the door. The door and living area was separated by a sink area. My Alexa would also randomly go off and play music, or say it couldn't hear what I said, etc., when the room would be completely silent. These are the small things that happened while living there. I had 2 main encounters I had while living there that still bothers me to this day. First one, I had to go pee during the middle of the night. Backstory. On the girls' bathroom on my floor, someone had committed suicide in the huge bathtub, which I didn't find out till last year. When I was walking to the bathroom, it felt like someone was watching me, but I brushed it off as me being paranoid because I'm walking to the bathroom at 3 in the morning. While I'm in the stall, I hear a sniffle. Don't think anything of it because it's a community bathroom that 30-ish girls share. I go to leave and I hear a bathroom stall slam shut and sounds kind of like water running. I check around the bathroom real quick. I was completely alone. I speed walk back to my room. When I walk out the doorway of the bathroom, I hear footsteps, so I peek out the corner of my eye and see a dark figure, and I look more to see what it is. There was nothing. Then I hear a door slam shut behind me. No one was there. I sprint into my room and lock the door and hid under my blanket like a 5-year-old who's scared of their closet. About 2 minutes pass, and I hear my door shake and items on the top shelf of my closet fall and fly out. I had to call my friends and go stay with them that night. I lived in Fort Riley with my wife for about 2 years. Fort Riley has a reputation of being a very haunted base. I'm used to paranormal stuff. I've had countless experiences since I was a little kid, but nothing as intense as what I've experienced there. Me and my wife were brushing our teeth in the bathroom in the corner of our bedroom. Seemingly out of instinct, we both looked over at the same time to see a dark cloud hovering above our bed. We dismissed the encounter at first, but shortly after that, some of the weirdest experiences we've ever had started to happen. It started off simple, like seeing shadows and hearing things. But one night, my wife had gone to bed and I had stayed up to finish packing for the field. I started to hear my wife start bawling, like she just saw her family die. I run into the room to see if she's okay, and she's sitting there on her phone with earbuds in, completely fine. I told her about it, and she told me I was probably just tired and hearing things. I believed that until this exact same thing happened again. Except I was in bed and she heard me bawling, only to find me in the room reading completely fine. It got worse after that. After the first few days, everything started to happen extremely often. Constant voices and shadows. I could knock and ask whatever it was to knock back, and it would sometimes. One time I was ordering pizza. I went and answered the door, and as I was paying, I glanced over to clearly see my wife walking into the kitchen. After I paid, I walked into the kitchen, but no one was there. A similar situation occurred on her account, though she refused to talk about it, so I don't have any details on it. Basically, she saw me at home while I was actually at work. Mind you, this all takes place within the first 5 days or so. We started getting used to it, with experiences happening every day. We just learned to ignore them. No way it was going to hurt, right? Wrong. My wife started waking up with random cuts and bruises all over her body. She said she had nightmares about somebody scratching her. We realised that we had to do something when we woke up to some cuts on the wall that exactly mirrored her self-harm cuts on her stomach from years ago. So we saged the house, did a protection spell and hung up protective sigils, and it worked. We should still have paranormal experiences, but nothing crazy. We felt a peaceful presence of whatever was left behind. We believed that there were multiple spirits and this one was there to protect us. But after a few months, all paranormal activity just stopped, almost completely. I need to get this out, leaving out some identifying details. I was visiting for an alumni event at my former college in Kentucky, which is about 16 hours from my house in Texas. There was a hurricane on its way and I needed to head back south. I was leaving at close to 7 p.m. to avoid the storms and had routed my journey home. I was by myself and usually used the main highways. This time, I had to take a detour to avoid the path of the storm which had hit Louisiana. This detour, for the life of me, I can't remember the route. I was in Tennessee at this time and had to go across a state instead of down. This detour involved a particular foresty area where the trees were over the road and the roads were really bendy. I drove slower due to it beginning to rain and I didn't want to go off the road. I do not remember the road at all. I turned a bend and there were two people moving from the road. My headlights hit them. This all took place in less than 10 seconds and my brain was moving so fast. I can't remember what the other person looked like. I just know there were two people. My headlights hit the woman. This woman had on shorts and a pink spaghetti strapped t-shirt. She was walking away from the road and my first thought was, oh my god, I almost hit her. Next, she turned and I was thinking, why is she on the road? And not even a second into that thought, I realised that she had no face. My thoughts were going 1,000,000 miles an hour because this person with no face was on the road. I kept driving and kept thinking, don't stop. She had no face, don't stop. I hit the rearview mirror up, afraid if I looked in the back seat that she would appear. I was speeding at this point and wanted out of there. I don't know what road I was on. I've looked online for this, like a woman died on a bendy road in these close. I still have nightmares. When I was around 14 or 15, I had a very good friend who lived down the street. We were kind of oddball kids, really had an interest in paranormal stuff. We were always in the library looking at the paranormal section. Even at 30, I'm still really reading about people's experiences and learning about folklore and the like. I spent a lot of time at his house playing video games, hanging out, etc. Always felt comfortable there. The way his bedroom was situated, it was at the top of the stairs and was directly above the garage. Important later. Well, one day, he tells me he's tried his hand at white magic. To this day, I still don't know what that means exactly. He got really into Wiccan stuff as time went on, and that wasn't something I wanted to partake in. Nowadays, I think he runs a tarot card business. He said he tried something. I don't remember what he was trying to accomplish or how he tried to go about it, but ever since that point, he said he had strange occurrences in the house. Every night, he'd hear a banging on the floor of his bedroom, as if someone was hitting the ceiling of the garage. He's noticed shadows, whispers in his sleep, figures walking into his sister's room located next to his room. He wasn't exactly having fun with his white magic anymore. I spent the night at his house. Everything was very odd about it. It wasn't a warm place that I remember feeling welcome, and not a week beforehand. Since he had just gotten back from school, he took his dog out like he typically did. I stayed behind to get the video games ready. His mom usually didn't return until much later in the evenings, so it was just us. I went into the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I heard a loud banging on the bathroom door. Bang, bang, bang. I was petrified. I didn't want to open the door. Every time I found the courage to try to grab it, the door handle would move and then reset. Like someone was about to open it and then let the door handle go. This happened 3 times. In between it would jiggle like someone was playing with it. I heard my friend enter the house, and knowing that I wasn't alone, I found the courage to finally leave. Told him about it, but he wasn't surprised. It seemed to be taking a toll on him in a way. After a long evening of gaming, we decided to go to bed. I slept on the floor of his bedroom. I woke up to the feeling of a banging underneath my head, like someone was banging the ceiling of the garage beneath us, right under my head, 3 times. It would stop for a few minutes and start up again. I also woke up 3 times in the night and I still get chills thinking about it. I woke up to what felt like someone was whispering in my ear, followed by a cold sensation. It was the voice of a male saying the words, "Just quit." Just quit. I still don't know what that means. It was so sharp and stern sounding. 3 times I woke up, 3 times I heard those words. Not as dramatic sounding when I write it down, but maybe someone might know more about this kind of thing. I returned to his house a couple of times after that, but stopped eventually. I didn't like the shadows that I would see, or the stories he would tell me about the night before. Suddenly, the paranormal seemed a lot less fun. I think it really took a toll on his sister too. His theory was he'd opened up a portal, but I know nothing of things of that nature. Anyways, that's my story. Maybe someone can relate to it. I've always believed in the occult. My mother told me when she was a child that her house was haunted and that she would see doorknobs turning and hangers swinging in a room. Other family members confirmed this, saying they heard screams. In her 30s, she found out the previous owner had committed suicide outside her room. She also said she'd seen figures in her house and on her body. A woman on her chest and a bird-like figure whispering in her ear. So I've always been sensitive to spiritual beings and prayed for protection every night. In my childhood, I had nightmares almost every night about spirits hovering over my body or being in the house. Fast forward to the present. My father passed away 1 month ago. I'm 21 years old and he's 70. I was living with him until he passed away in the hospital. Now I live alone in his house. While I lived there, he would always close the door separating the small hallway from the living room after I fell asleep. It's a folding door. The first time since he's passed that I woke up and that door was closed, I swore it was a fluke, that I closed the door and simply forgot. But I made a promise to myself not to close the door again, because it still scared me. This happened about a week ago. Even more weird, yesterday the garage door was open when I woke up, although I've barely stepped foot in the garage. I thought someone had broken in, so I called the police. Upon arrival, the police said the door was opening and closing on its own until I came out of the house to greet them. And finally today, I woke up after the garage door incident last night, and the door in the small hallway is closed. I did not close it last night. Honestly, I'm scared to be alone here. Beyond this, I've only experienced minor things. While living with a roommate in my apartment, things moved on their own. The washer slid across the counter, and I saw a can shaking vigorously through one of the others were. I have reason to believe that something spiritual, ghost, demon or otherwise is present within my house, or within me. I've tried to contact priests in the area for a consultation, in addition to installing cameras this upcoming week. Is there anything more immediate I can do to cleanse the house or myself? Any advice, information, or similar experiences are appreciated. The first thing we noticed were strange sounds. Nothing too loud or concerning. At first we thought it was normal apartment noises, but we never had that before. I'm talking about random small bangs and door noises, footsteps and clicking. At first we thought it was the neighbours, but we've lived here for a year and never heard that. We also smelled certain smells that don't have a source. My girlfriend smelled a rotting smell in our room that came from nowhere. I also sometimes smell something nostalgic in the room too. There's also been electronic problems, like our TV has been glitching a lot. It's a smart TV, so it's not the most stable, but YouTube has been closing on its own, or disconnecting our phone from it. I've also seen lights flicker. The rest of these things happened while we were high, but it's not something that happened to only me or my girlfriend. We both heard this. It was really late at night. Can't say a specific time, but it was past 12 AM. I heard the water turn on in the bathroom by itself, and so did my girlfriend. I dismissed it when I was high, even though it scared me a little, but there was no one else in the house with us. The worst thing that happened was Saturday night. My friend was staying over, we'll call him A, and he can account for the weird noises. Me and my girlfriend took edibles while A stayed sober. We were on the couch watching TV when we all heard a loud bang from the door, as if someone rammed into it. Cops were called, they checked outside the apartment, but found nothing. No sign of break-in attempts. I don't want to believe there's a ghost or anything, but I don't know what else could be happening. Hoping somebody here can help. This took place prior to the demon. It's much more tame. This is the story of how I first ever had an out-of-body experience as a child. I had literally just turned 6 years old. Myself and my family had gathered at my grandmother's house for a birthday party, and we were all going to stay the night. Looking back, my dad was probably too drunk to drive. I was asleep in the bedroom where I had to share this space with my younger brother. I woke up very suddenly. Like, 1 minute I was sleeping soundly, and the next I was standing up out of the bed. I had no idea why I woke up, but when I checked the clock, it was just a few minutes after 3 a.m. I'm well aware of what that time means in some cultures, but I wasn't sure back then. From the moment I was awake, I heard talking. It kind of sounded like you were listening to a really old radio. The sounds weren't actually there, but they were all around me. I was hearing people I knew mixed with people I didn't know. None of them were talking to me. I followed the sound down the stairs and thought maybe my dad fell asleep with the TV on. No. He might have, because he was sleeping in the reclining chair, but the thing wasn't on. I looked around and found nothing that might make the noise. It didn't get louder or lower no matter where I went. I tried to wake my parents and neither would wake up or even respond at all, as if they were dead. But in their states I also knew they weren't, so I didn't panic. It took some time before I heard a thumping sound upstairs. Something loud, like if you dropped a bowling ball. Then I heard a shout come through that static noise, but I can't fully recall what it said. Something along the lines of get back or go back, though. At that point, I started to go up the stairs, but before I reached the top of the stairs, I just woke up again. This feels like a dream, I know, but really, the weird and creepy parts happened after I woke up. First, I woke up and saw that the time was accurate. It was around 3:10, so a few minutes had passed just as they did in the supposed dream. Second, when I woke up, my ears were still kind of picking up a lot of static. It felt like that feeling when your ears are ringing, but instead of high-pitched, it was deeper static that formed a voice. I was hearing a lot going on, like there was so much background noise it was drowning out the main thing. But then I finally listened closely enough to hear it saying, "You did it. You did it. You're awake. You did it." Stuff like that over and over. Whoever it was seemed relieved. It might be important to note that I didn't wake up in a panic or anything. It was just like opening your eyes in the morning, feeling rested and calm. However, the noises I was hearing made it difficult to go back to sleep. The third thing that tied it all together was what I heard in the dream. Like I said, voices I recognised were there, but not of people who were in the house. When I got up the next morning, those people had come to visit my grandmother. They were distant cousins who were much older than me. One of them brought their new boyfriend, and another of them brought a friend who had a kid around my age, and they thought we'd get along. Those were all of the voices I had heard. I never met these people before, so I have no way of knowing those voices. The stuff they were talking about was the same as what I overheard in the dream. But finally, the weirdest part about the whole thing was when my parents were talking at the table while my brother and I played with the visiting kid. I overheard them all say they had a weird dream last night. They all said they were starting off with normal dreams, and then they heard me calling. Everything went black and they couldn't move, so they had some sleep paralysis, but they could hear me saying their names and felt me shaking them. They said it seemed so real, they woke up afterwards in a sweat, thinking something had happened. They also got weirded out by how similar their dreams were, and eventually, one of them asked, "But did any of you recognise that voice that told them to go back?" And my dad said no, but after that was when I was able to wake up and caught that asshole trying to break in. So we were out by a fire for the first night, and everyone was wide awake, and ready to chill for the long weekend. So we decided to tell ghost stories because we're dumb. Keep in mind, it's about 9:30 to 10 p.m. at this time. We start telling our own ghost stories, but after a while they get boring, and we go onto Reddit for some ghost stories. We read part of one, but it wasn't scary, so we stopped. And this is the point where I got up and was like, "Hey, look at the thing in the bushes over there." Of course I was joking, but then people started seeing things moving. And even people who were very down to earth, not just me. I have a very vivid imagination, and we hear noises. Pretty freaked out because it's dark and spooky, so we decided to go to bed quickly. But all throughout the night, I heard footsteps and howling. I think the howling was from the young group of kids camping next to us, but it still added to the atmosphere. The winds were blowing strongly that night, and it was cold, and no one got much sleep that night. On the second night, it was pretty much the same story as the first night. Just footsteps and howling, and occasionally seeing things moving in the darkness. Nothing new happened, but people were just freaked out and worried about things. Now we wove onto the third night, which was the freakiest of them all. It starts off the same as the last two, with people joking about the man in the bushes. And then, of course, people start seeing things and panicking. By now it's about 10:05, and we start getting ready for bed. All the girls get up and go to the toilet, and it's just me, my friend Spencer, and my half-friend Brandon. Brandon gets up to supposedly go to the toilet, but both me and Spencer assume he's going to prank the girls. So the girls come out of the toilet when Brandon is still there, and there was the word help written in big letters on one of the poles, or so I was told. The girls all kind of freak out and say that it's Brandon, and walk back to the camp, where one of the girls is really freaked out and starts wanting to go home, and wishing they never came to the camp. Both me and Spencer were thinking it was Brandon, but he kept denying it profusely, which was odd, because he always admitted after he pulled a prank. But this time, he kept denying it, even to the adults of the camp. This causes Spencer to start thinking Brandon wasn't lying, and then he starts freaking out a bit. I've had bad anxiety and paranoia and a very vivid imagination, but I always put something down to science and logic. I'm the sort of person that always has an explanation for everything, and I start saying, if you were being chased or in danger, would you have the time to write help on a pole? Of course people listen, but they all freak out. Then one of the girls offers to show me the help sign and why they thought it was Brandon. But when we got there, the help sign had completely disappeared. I had absolutely no explanation for this, and I started to freak out. To calm myself down, I made up a lie like, charcoal gets soaked into wood after a certain period of time, even though I knew it was a blatant lie. It was only like 5 minutes later when I went to have a look. We all went to bed, and surprisingly, I slept well. This is now the last day we're on the camp, so we start packing up. We're told to go clean the toilets, and this is where all the relatively creepy things have been happening. We started sweeping and cleaning out the toilet block, but every cubicle felt like something was in it, and I constantly felt like I was being watched. As we swept, someone threw gum nuts through the bars. So I went out to yell at the person, but there was no one there. This happens a few times until I'm outside and one of my friends yells out that they saw a gum nut get thrown through the window, and I'm only seconds away from the edge. So I sprint around and nothing is there. For reference, this window was only about 20 centimeters tall, and the nearest gum tree is across the road. This freaks me out. And I go back inside to finish sweeping. My friend had left to go talk to the girls, so I was alone in the bathroom. And when I turned the corner, I saw a distinct shadow figure standing in the corner, before walking into one of the cubicles and disappearing. It was about my height. It had long scruffy hair and a blank expression on its face. It walked with a long gait and disappeared as soon as I looked in that cubicle. I left the toilet quickly, but the next time I walked in with my friend Spencer, the cubicle that the shadow man walked into, its toilet was flushing. Me and Spencer sprinted out of there and didn't go back in for the rest of the camp. We left later that day. When I was 14 in 2020, July or August, not sure when it happened, I got my PS4 and was sat up in my living room at the time. I never believed in any spirits or demons, and I was like, yeah, ghost, no, that's bullshit. Around the same month, I was going through a lot, depression. In our house right now, there's no mirror facing a mirror, vortex. I then placed my PS4 down onto the table and plugged it in. When I plugged it in, I got a strong feeling that someone is watching me. After that, I turned my head and I saw a white figure about 5'6" staring at me through a creak in the doorway. Had no hair, no nose, no mouth, long fingers, no clothes, no private parts. Black eyes, like pitch black eyes, stared at this figure from across the living room. I then pivoted my whole body around and said, hello? I was staring this thing dead in the eye and talking to it, giving me a confusing look. I then proceeded to walk towards it, and then the right side of his body started showing. And then I saw long fingers. Right arm, right leg, right side of torso in the face. It just stood still, following me with his head turning. Then this figure started bolting. I saw the bolting movement and I proceeded to run through the hallway, checking every room in the house. I even called out to my sister and my parents, and they were in their rooms. I heard no shutting of a door. Nothing. Could someone please tell me what I saw? If it was a demon or just a spirit passing by? This is 100% a true story. This happened to me a while ago, and I've been very curious about it. I wanted to share it here to see if anyone has had similar experiences or any insight on the subject. So I was having a pretty regular dream. I was living in a very small village and I had entered a wrestling competition. At some point in my dream, I became conscious of the fact that I was dreaming and decided, since it was a dream and it didn't really matter, I was going to strangle my opponent to death. Definitely unusual behaviour for me. I'm not a violent person, but for some reason I did this and it was satisfying to me. Then it got kind of weird. Everyone in the village became very upset with me. People were yelling insults at me. Lots of people ran and hid in their houses and would turn off the lights when I'd walk by. I kept thinking, this is just a dream. Why is everyone so upset with me? I kept trying to change the dream, but it wouldn't change. So I walked into a bar where one of my friends was working, and I started telling him about my situation. When suddenly, something just felt very wrong. It was as if my dream was a set and someone had just walked on completely out of character. I heard a knock on the door and I opened it, and it was this man that immediately struck me as a very unfamiliar face. He was very pale and sort of had a glow to him. He was semi-bald with short brown hair on the sides. I don't know if he just kind of looked like a white guy in his late 40s, but he struck me as very unfamiliar. I said, "I don't think you're supposed to be here," and he said, "I'm not. But you need to know that the things you do here matter. They're an important reflection of your subconscious, and the decisions you make here have real consequences." I was shocked. I just kind of stared at him and he said, "You look like you've seen a ghost. Watch this." Then he aged rapidly and just looked really old. Then he went back to normal and he said, "Do you want to see a memory?" He opened the door and I saw my cousin's old house accompanied by the sound of someone playing piano. We walked towards the house and he said, "Go inside. I have to go now." I said, "I have so many questions," and he just waved, started running away from me and vanished. I went inside and just relived a very basic memory of being at my cousin's house as a kid. It all felt so real and just insane. I've never had an experience like that in my life, and I do not believe my brain just made all of that up. I could never normally just recall a memory in a dream like that either. I'd love to hear anyone's thoughts on this and any similar experiences. My dad, L, passed away in 2003. My niece, N, was born in 2017. One day, I was picking her up from school. They were doing construction on the road we would usually take home, so I had to take a back way which took us by the cemetery. We drove by it and she goes, "That's where my grandpa Johnny is." "That's right." "I remember him." "You do?" "Yeah, before I was born he took me to the Rainbow Park." The only park she's ever gone to is the one by my sister's house that she calls the Blue Park because, well, everything is blue. There are no parks around me that I know of that I would consider rainbow. "The Rainbow Park? What's the Rainbow Park?" "The one in the clouds. He was really nice, and tall and fluffy." "Wow, that was nice of him. Did you have fun?" "Yeah. He lives in the clouds and he said he'll always watch over me. And Mom. And Grandma Michelle. And you, Aunt Elle. He loves me. I love him." My sister and my mom had no idea what she was talking about. They also agreed that they knew of no Rainbow Park. My sister is also not religious, so there was never any talk of Dad being in the clouds or anything like that. I've always been a skeptic. Eldest child, atheist in a Christian household kind of skeptic. even though my mother has told me a plethora of stories of encounters that she and my grandmother have had with the paranormal. Skepticism aside, I've always felt uncomfortable about the upstairs section of my childhood home. We moved there when I was quite young and we didn't know much about the history of the house, besides that it was owned by an author who may have practiced some sort of alternative child raising models. Nothing malicious, I'm sure. It was also said to be the first house built on top of the hill that forms the middle of the suburb. The hill used to be a popular dumping site for the corpses of horses and other dead farm animals, since the vultures would make quick work of the cleanup. There's also evidence of early human settlements and stories of tribal warfare that took place on the land. Anyways, the upstairs area consists of a lounge and a study. The house was built very much in the cliché 70s style, with lots of carpets and exposed brick in indoor areas of the house. The bedrooms are on the lower level of the opposite side of the house. Now, as a young child, it was natural to fear the dark, except I had an exceptional fear of the upstairs. I would have recurring dreams of being caught upstairs and being unable to move or scream for help. It didn't help that I would sleepwalk and would sometimes end up outside, or even upstairs. Whenever I had to fetch something from upstairs or work late for a school assignment, the printer was upstairs in the study, I would dash up the stairs and try to finish everything as quickly as possible before dashing down again. The nightmares left as I got older, but I still had an ingrained sense of discomfort about the area. I would play this down to being the imagination of a child, but others in my family also have stories about the upstairs area. When I was younger, my uncle, a priest, had gotten engaged and was staying over at our house with his fiancée. Pre-expansion, our house wasn't very big, so his fiancée got the bedroom my brother and I shared. We slept in the downstairs lounge and my uncle slept in the upstairs lounge. I didn't find this out until much later. I'm guessing my parents didn't want to spook us. But my uncle had woken up struggling for air with the distinct feeling that hands had been wrapped around his neck. Now the theory was that this was somehow related to his fiancée, since my mother, who's quite sensitive, had gotten a bad feeling about her, and also because she and my uncle had spent the whole time fighting, before she eventually got my dad to drive her to a bus station, never to be heard from again. Time went on, and nothing noteworthy occurred upstairs, even with my brother and I sometimes pulling all-nighters playing video games up there, until about 2 years after I moved out. I went to visit my parents one day, and my dad and mom both seemed rather unsettled. Apparently, the previous evening, my dad had been sitting in the downstairs lounge, which is right next to the stairwell going to the upstairs lounge, when he heard my brother's voice calling his name quite loudly. He called back, "Yes," before he received the response, "Ah." This is noteworthy because my brother usually sits upstairs raging while playing Warzone, and my parents often complain about his choice of language and screams. So my dad obviously went upstairs to check that my brother wanted, but when he got there it was empty. He clicked that my brother was at his girlfriend's house for the night. Since moving out, I spent very little time thinking about my childhood home, but every now and again I remember these occurrences. Hopefully you all enjoyed these. I've got a lot more of my mother's stories to tell. Her childhood home was on the grounds of an old prison. My grandfather on my dad's side lived with us until he passed when I was 7 years old. Not only did he suffer from dementia, but a couple of years prior, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. In the last couple of years of his life, it came to a point where he would get physically violent, so I wasn't allowed to be near him unless someone was with me. Anyway, late at night when I was sleeping, I would hear him knocking on his bedroom walls, and I remembered that right after he would knock, either my dad or my mom would go to his room. So I assumed that was his way of getting their attention when he needed help. Then months before he passed, it was getting harder for him to breathe, so he was constantly coughing. Eventually, I got used to hearing him coughing and knocking every night. Finally, the day came and he passed in his sleep. We held his funeral not long after. A week had passed and it was maybe an hour after my mom put me to bed. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard knocking coming from his room. At first I just ignored it because I figured I was imagining it. Also, because he'd been doing that for months, I thought my mind was just playing with me, since I would hear his knocking around that time. However, the knocking kept happening every night for about 4 months. I didn't tell my parents because at the time I was only 7, and I even thought I was just imagining it since I was still in mourning after his death. Now, I'm 22 years old and next month is the anniversary of his death. I went to visit my parents to ask if they're still planning on visiting his grave. As we were remembering him, my mum asked if I had any memories of him since I was young at the time. I told them a few things that I remembered, but then I finally told them what happened after his death. I told them how I kept hearing the knocking and coughing from his room. After I explained everything to them, they both looked at me like deers caught in the headlights. That's when my dad finally told me that he and Mum would hear the same thing after he was gone. In fact, my mother told me that the night of his funeral, she got out of bed because she heard him knocking. It wasn't until she was right outside his door that she remembered he was gone. And whenever my siblings and I were at school and Mum was back at work, my dad would hear coughing coming from his room for hours. It got to a point where even the pets would act weird around his room. Our dogs refused to go into the room alone, and the cat would always scratch at the door if it was closed. I asked why they never told me because I thought I was the only crazy one. That's when they told me that the reason they didn't say anything was because they didn't want to scare me, which honestly was probably for the best. When I was 3 years old, apparently by my parents' words, I was super polite. Like shaking hands with older people and hugging everyone and that kind of politeness. They taught me to say hello to everyone, and they said I did it with literally everyone, even waiters at restaurants. Well, one time, my mum had to take me to her office to pick up some stuff. When we got down there, I started saying hello to every one of her co-workers until her boss showed up. He was super nice, and he got on his knees to shake my hand, but I ran petrified behind my mum's legs. She was of course extremely embarrassed and started to reprimand me for not saying hi. She said that she pushed me to the front of her so I could say hello to her boss, but this time I started crying. She started to apologise to her boss, who only laughed at the situation, told her not to worry, and continued walking. When we went into her office, she asked me what was wrong. Why did I act that way when I always said hi and they teach me good manners? I said, I never want to see that yellow man again. He was super scary. My mum thought this was weird and investigated online what that meant. One webpage said little kids sometimes see people's aura and that colour yellow could mean that the person was about to die. She didn't give too much importance to the matter and continued with her day. 2 days later, she receives a phone call saying that her boss died in a plane crash in El Salvador and passed away. To this day, she still reminds me of the story and it gives me goosebumps. I woke up this morning and had my terrified girlfriend sitting next to me, barely any sleep, explaining what took place over the course of the night. I'd also like to point out I'm terrified of thunderstorms and have PTSD, so I'm used to having nightmares. Last night, I fell asleep on one of the couches in the living room. No big deal until I sat up and looked at my girlfriend telling her they're coming, then returning to sleep on the couch. A little while later, I sat up and tried to walk out the door when my girlfriend stood in front of the door and tried to get me to go back to bed. As I tried to reach around her, I looked her in the eyes and told her if you don't let them in, they'll kill us. She managed to wake me up and we went to bed in the bedroom. While in the bedroom, I was sleeping with my eyes open for a while and activity began to pick up. There was a storm outside, which usually would cause me a lot of anxiety. I was sleeping and my girlfriend was on the phone on social media and cracked her wrist. When she did so, I grabbed her wrist. She looked at me and began to ask if I was okay, but I shushed her and said, they hear us, and then proceeded to check her hands. I followed up with, you're not marked. You can't come with if you're not marked, and sat up, trying to leave the room alone. She woke me up again because she was terrified. I had no recollection. I wasn't even dreaming. Eventually, I fell back asleep with my eyes open. Every time the thunder rolled, I stared at my girlfriend in the eyes and gave her a grin, which is completely out of character. At some point she closed my eyes and they remained closed. She thought it was all over and returned to her phone. I began flinging my body around in my sleep, as if trying to escape something until I froze, back arched, arms and legs pinned down, screaming and crying, begging whoever I was seeing not to kill me. She woke me up and I jolted out of bed, sobbing. I refused to tell her about the nightmare for a good 5 or 10 minutes. I just sat there sobbing. After sharing my nightmare with her, we both took turns going to the bathroom with the other standing in the doorway to make each other feel safe. It was then that she saw the scratch going from one side of my stomach near my hip to the other side of my stomach near my ribs. It was tender to touch. We did an incense cleanse of the room and I complained of feeling sick and heavily chested with a terrible night migraine. I took some Tylenol and grabbed a trash can just to be safe. Every time she touched me, I complained that her touch was extremely hot. We laid back down and talked a little about happy things to try to change what my mind was focusing on before falling asleep. As I was falling asleep, I told my girlfriend that I was afraid to close my eyes because every time I do, I see a dark lady. We brushed it off to just being the direction I was laying, with the lighting making figures on my eyelids. I slept through the night no problem, but every time my girlfriend tried falling asleep, she felt a jolt in her leg. To say the least, she didn't sleep much or well. We woke up this morning and the dried orange garland we hung around the living room months ago was ripped down on one wall. What the heck happened? What should we do now? I remember nothing, but it terrified my girlfriend, so I'd like to make her feel better. We're open to any suggestions. It's effectively a modern-day phantom boat story, on par with the Flying Dutchman, or even the 1943 Philadelphia experiment. But the brutal circumstances surrounding its ghost ship status, and the mysterious nature of the story in general, makes it extremely unique all in its own right. The myth of the Orang Medan goes that in the summer of 1947, in the waters of what is now Indonesia, a series of alarming Morse code messages began shooting across the waters, being picked up by many different stations and fellowships. The SOS message identified themselves as originating from a ship titled the SS Orang Medan, but did not give any specific coordinates to the boat's current position. The message in Morse code read as this: SOS from Orang Medan. We float. All officers, including the captain, died in the chart room and on the bridge. Probably whole of crew dead. And over the course of several minutes, several more messages of pure gibberish would be sent out, culminating in one final message reading, I die, before pure silence. The operator either was unable to respond to, or had little knowledge in responding to communication attempts by other boats attempting to contact. And with no given coordinates, the bay was in complete scrambling to find the ship. Had this just been it, the events wouldn't have been notable at all, but here's where it gets interesting. Several hours afterwards, a ship bearing insignia of this Orang Medan would be found by another crew, floating on the water with seemingly no life aboard. The reason? They were all dead. A ship, which hasn't properly been identified in any of the original stories, would hook onto the ship and board it armed to the teeth. There they found dead bodies of the crew and their dogs littering the decks. No visible injuries on the bodies were seen, making it out as if the crew just had their hearts stop where they stood. But the dead crewmen appear to have been in a state of horror at the time of death, with their eyes completely widened and mouths ajar as they were clenched up dead. The rescue ship initially attempted to enter the hold to search for survivors, but were unable to, as the Medan's crew went as far as to board up several entrances into the ship's lower decks. They briefly considered cutting tools and hard breaches to get past these barricades, but before doing so, a fire began in one of the ship's lower holding decks, requiring the rescue crew to evacuate. Shortly after, a massive explosion from inside the Medan erupted and causing the rest of the ship to promptly sink a few thousand feet to the ocean floor. The kicker? No real evidence of the Oorang truly exists, but it had to have had some level of truth, since the SOS calls and the documentation of a ship exploding were all made. Even the name SS Oorang Medan was not a name on record for the time period. Even now, diving teams are actively searching for the wreckage of the ship in the waters of Indonesia. In our world, the massive civilization we have amassed and continue to build up higher and higher is frankly the one thing that separates us people from the unknown of the universe. All that which we consider to be weird or scary is really just a minor thing pushed to the shadows, and never noticed much beyond rare encounters by people usually just in the same place at the same time. You living in an apartment and working a 9 to 5 is what massively lowers your chances of getting stalked by some black-eyed kids basically. But if this society were to ever be pulled out from under us, through a massive cataclysmic event like a nuclear war, and the human population drops massively, what's to really stop vampires, for example, from now hunting down the significantly smaller surviving human population in broad daylight? Well, nightlight. There's no police or military or active religious forces to intervene, and without proper structure, there's no real barrier to deter such things from exposing themselves to the world. Of course, not all of the paranormal is malevolent, and out to get people apocalypse or not. And in fact, there's a lot of completely loving forces out there that protect and care for us people. But my point is that for generations born after civilization's collapse, could all of this just be the norm for them in their everyday lives? When I was 17, I started out into the world of my first big adventure. I'm a Christian and decided I wanted to expand my knowledge of the Bible and ministry, so I attended a 10-month ministry school program. I didn't want to be a theologian or anything, so one school year was perfect, as opposed to a 4-year theological college. It's been 13 years, but I remember everything as if I'd gone through it this year. I was so excited. I was going to be living in a dorm 4 hours from home, so it was sort of like moving out on my own without having to actually be alone. I settled in quickly, met my roommates, and started preparing for a year of fun, growth, and overall self-advancement. At least, I thought that was how the year was going to go. I've always been sensitive to the other side. I've had a connection to the afterlife and spiritual and paranormal beings for as long as I can remember. It wasn't out of the ordinary for me to see shadow figures, feel the presence of those departed, and on a few instances, I've spoken with the dead and not even realised it. Once when I was a child, I remember talking to a man on a bench. My mom asked me who I was talking to, and I told her a nice man. It wasn't until years later when I mentioned the memory, she told me no one was on that bench with me. Anyway, enough sidetracking. The school year started normally, but certain areas of the building always gave me an unsettling feeling. There was a closet space in our hall that was always unnaturally dark, even when the hall lights were on. I never actually saw anything there, but I felt eyes following me when I passed. I got to where I'd run past it to get into my room and slam the door as quickly as possible. There are 3 events I remember that happened directly to me. After those, I'll give a brief background on the building the school was in. The first event happened when I was almost late for curfew. It was past midnight, and I was supposed to be in my room by 2 a.m. Instead of climbing 4 flights of stairs, which I usually did, I chose to take the elevator. After that night, I never took it again. I was standing at the elevator, so tired, and ready to just collapse, when the lights in the hall suddenly went out in both directions. The only lights left on were the lights right above me, the exit sign to the right, and the lit up elevator up arrow button. I looked to my left, nothing but a dark hall. I looked to my right, and it seemed to be a dark hall as well. Right as I was going to turn my head away, I saw slight movement. I squinted, trying to make it out in the dim light. This was before cell phones had flashlights, so my flip phone was useless here. I stared as an uneasiness crept over me. The exit sign at the end of the hall seemed dull somehow, like it was being blocked by something dark and transparent. Panic rushed over me. The movement I'd spotted was on the ceiling right in front of that sign. I started to press the elevator button over and over as what looked like a black smoke or mist crept along the ceiling slowly towards me. By the time it was about 5 feet away, the elevator finally opened and I rushed in, jabbing the closed doors button, as the sliding metal doors slowly pulled together. Just as they closed, the mist or vapour or whatever it was finally made it to the door and began to slowly fall to the ground. I stabbed my floor number over and over as if it would get me to my floor faster. I finally made it to my floor, past the creepy dark closet area and into my room. I was borderline hyperventilating and my roommate thought I was crazy. The next instance was probably more terrifying than the first. We had weekly dish duty at this school. 2 people would be assigned every week to clean up dishes at the end of each meal. This week I was assigned, went without a hitch for the most part until last night. The guy I was assigned to clean the kitchen with couldn't make it. The way it usually went, one person cleaned pots and pans and wiped down tables. The other did all the cups, plates, cutlery, bowls, etc. Since he wasn't able to be there and failed to find someone to cover for him, I had to do everything myself, being the little pushover that I was back then. Just to give a little bit of layout of the room, it was big. There were lines of white fold-out plastic tables and chairs. The tables were in 5 rows of 3 end to end. There shall lead right into the room with no doors, just the open wall that was probably 10 by 10 feet. When you come in that opening, you see all the tables, and directly in the middle of the far wall were 2 double doors going into the kitchen. They were wood and had a round window in the top of them face level for a normal height person. Directly to the left of this door was a hole in the wall where everyone would sit their dirty dishes. On the other side of that hole was the dishwashing room for the dishes used by students. You would go through the doors, turn left, and boom, there's your dish pile for the night. The pots and pans were washed at the back corner of the industrial kitchen. When I started washing dishes for the night, there were still people in the eating area talking, doing homework and playing games. When I finished the pots and pans and came to the window room, there were less people, but still a fair amount. I started the rest of the dishes. By the time I was almost done, I saw the cafeteria lights shut off, which meant the last person was leaving the room. No big deal. I'd been in here in the dark tons of times. Another half hour or so and I was done with the dishes. I looked at the clock. It was around 12:30. I was ready to go to bed, but had to finish the tables. I heard something in the back of the kitchen fall. Upon investigation, it was a box of cookies. I picked them up, and that's when I began to feel eyes on me. I feel like I was being watched, and the unmistakable feeling of dread covered me. I sat the cookies on the shelf they'd fallen from, and rushed out of the kitchen doors to clean tables. Windows lined the 2 side walls of the room, so the street lamps lit the tables pretty well as I quickly cleaned them. I was half through the tables when I heard the cookies fall again. I stopped and listened intently for any other sounds. Silence. I slipped into the kitchen holding my breath and ran to the pantry. Sure enough, that box of cookies was on the ground again. I picked them up, this time laying them down so they wouldn't fall again, and rushed out of the kitchen still feeling uneasy. I went back to my table, cleaning, and after a few minutes I froze dead in my tracks. There, through the window to the dish room, I saw it. A big, shadowy mass standing there, watching. I'd seen shadow figures before, so this wasn't new to me. The thing that was new is the specific feeling I got as I stared into what I perceived to be its face. I walked out of that little room as though to head into the kitchen. I had to pep talk myself at this point. Okay, girl, just wipe these last tables and you're good to go. You got this, just keep your eyes down. I got to the last table and heard the cookie box again. Okay, there's nothing there. Just run. Grab the box. Throw it on the shelf and book it. That was my plan. I wiped the last table and turned to the door to put my plan into action, and my stomach felt like it dropped, slammed to the floor. In the left door window, I saw what was watching me. A shadowed face with two deep dark holes for eyes and a gaping mouth. I screamed bloody murder and booked it to my room. I didn't even put my cleaning supplies away. I flew up those 4 flights of stairs faster than I ever had. I thought for sure it would follow me. My roommate wasn't there this evening, so I threw on the lights as I slammed the door and started to sob uncontrollably. I slept with every light on that night and made sure to never stay out of my room after nightfall again. The last event, in my opinion, wasn't as bad as these two. I still felt uneasy in certain parts of the building and like I was being watched. In the hall, the downstairs bathroom, the laundry room, to name a few. But nothing of substance really happened in those places. The last event was in my room. There were intercoms in every room that were no longer in service. We knew that they didn't work, but one evening, I heard a woman's voice coming out of ours, followed by an elderly male-sounding voice. They were having a bit of an argument. She kept saying something about him needing to take his medicine, and he was refusing. This conversation carried on about 30 seconds, and then static and silence. I shrugged it off and kept on about my business. After the voices, I started to dig into what this building used to be before they made it into a military school. It was a nursing home. The conversation I heard could have been between a nurse and patient that lived there. Not only was this place a nursing home, it was some kind of historical connection to the Freemasons. When the renovation crew was getting it ready to turn the building into a school, they knocked out a bottom floor brick wall that was crumbling. Some of the bricks had the Freemasons' insignia on them. They piled the bricks and began laying new ones when a van stopped at the edge of the property, and a group of 10 or so middle-aged and elderly people walked to the pile and each took one brick with the symbol on it and climbed back into the van and drove off. The man who told me about this said they seemed like they were in some kind of trance or something. Blank stares. Chanting something he couldn't distinguish. He said it was the most terrifying thing he's witnessed. Before this building was a nursing home, it was a meeting and living place for Freemasons. I'm not sure of anything that went on there, but something happened to give it all the dark and ominous goings on. When I graduated, I never stepped foot in that building again. It's now out of business. A lot of paranormal things have happened to me since this, but this is the haunting experience that I had at my Christian military school. The first time I saw him was when I was sleeping in my room. I used to frequently see him walking by my bedroom. I used to be scared of the dark as a child, mostly because of him. So I would sleep with my door cracked and the hallway light on, and this is when I would normally see him. He wore an old-fashioned top hat and long trench coat and boots. I always told my parents about how I saw him, as well as my older sister, and everyone used to say I was crazy. But one night in high school, we were telling paranormal stories, and this girl started talking about a shadow figure with a hat and a trench coat, and I legitimately started crying. We went onto Google to see if there was anything on seeing him around, and when I saw the picture of him, it was exactly what I saw to a T. I've never been so freaked out by anything in my life. When I was reading the articles and forums, they had mixed reviews saying there was a guardian angel or a protector, or I was experiencing sleep paralysis, which I don't believe because I had also seen him during the day at my friend's house before. I remember we were both sitting in a living room and we both saw him at the same time and looked at each other spooked. Since I've found articles and forums, luckily my family believes me now. Has anyone else had any experience with the Hat Man or have any info on him? I haven't seen him in years, but it still really freaks me out that I used to see him as a child. My old roomie is very much in touch with the spiritual realm and would always tell me when she thought I was a clairvoyant because I would always see things, predict things, or see things which I've always believed myself as well. When I was younger, I noticed I was very aware of everything and Googled it and called myself an indigo child. Anyways, does anyone have any stories? I have a son now, and I'm genuinely curious if this is something that will follow on to my child, or if there's something that you just kind of stop seeing with age. In 1998, I worked as a security guard at a local Christian college. The first night on the job, I was told it was my responsibility to patrol the campus all night, make sure the main doors were locked, and to make sure that all the lights were off in the chapel, and it was locked by 11 p.m. Standard stuff. So I started out walking around campus, getting to know a few students and just feeling everything out. When 11 p.m. came, I went to the chapel and went to the basement first. Getting to the bottom stairwell door, I realised it wouldn't open. I push on it 4 or 5 times, but the door seems locked. So I go back up and out and go in the back door. The basement is locked down, all lights out and is secure. I go over to that stairwell door and it opens easily for me from the outside. I figured it was just how the door is made. I go back upstairs and go to the stage where the light switches are at. I look up and I see what looks like a kid on the balcony. I yell for him, but he doesn't answer. I climb the stairs to the balcony, but oddly enough, when I get up there, I can't find him. I get creeped out, but I figure it's late and I'm just seeing shadows. I go back down, cut all the lights, and lock up the chapel. At 3 a.m, I go out for the full campus rounds just to check up on everything. Heading across the quad, I notice that the lights are on in the basement of the chapel, as well as the front spotlight. I go to the basement back door and find it still locked. I go in, cut the lights, and as soon as I do, I hear a long, loud bang in the stairwell. I run in there and up the stairs, thinking I'm chasing someone, but there's no one anywhere. I go back down and leave the back door and lock it. As I walk around, I notice the spotlight is off. I checked to see if it could be motion control, but quickly found that it wasn't. Since it was my first night, I decided not to say anything. The second night changed that. I again had weird experiences around the chapel, but on night 2, I also heard weird crying sounds in the woods on the north side of campus. I ran my flashlight through the trees, but I saw nothing. Later that night, I see 2 strange hooded teens down on the southwest side near where the tennis courts are. I tried to get close to them, but it would always seem like they were constantly moving 20 or 30 yards away from me. No matter how fast I moved, I could never catch up. As I keep following them towards the edge of campus, I hear a student yelling behind me, and I jerk my head towards the sound. When I turn back to look for the hooded figures, they're nowhere in sight. Out of breath, I walked back to the quad and sat down on a bench to collect my thoughts. I lied to myself and decide that everything is normal and I'm just not used to staying up so late. All my rounds go okay for the next few hours, but at my 3 a.m. walkthrough, I see the lights in the chapel are on again. I check the doors and windows, but they're all securely locked. I unlock the main door and walk through the foyer and hear what sounds like shuffling coming from the stage. I look and don't see anything at first, so I go behind the curtain to make sure no one is backstage. After making sure it was all clear, I flipped all the lights off. In that split second before everything went dark, I suddenly saw a group of dark figures in a circle appear on stage, then total darkness. I flip the lights right back on, but once again, no one is there. I just flipped the lights off again this time without looking, locked the door, and went back to the quad. Thankfully, the rest of the night was quiet. The next shift I worked, I decided to call and ask the guy who hired me and owned the security company about the weirdness. He said that one of the other guards would drop by and basically debrief me. The guard who showed up was a 300 pounds of pure muscle Cherokee beast of a man. I told him everything and he said, "Yep, that sounds about right." He then proceeded to tell me that everyone who worked there overnight had some experience. He said that the stairway doors actually do not lock, but that he himself had spent 40 minutes one night locked between floors. He told me that he had thrown all his weight against both doors, but they wouldn't move, and that every time he tried, he would hear this crazy laughter. He said he chased down what he thought were teens through the downstairs hall, just to watch them disappear. That another guard had walked into the chapel and stumbled into what looked like a sacrifice with occult symbols drawn on the stage, and he had chased off people in cloaks only to find that all evidence had disappeared when he came back, after trying to catch the cloaked figures. He also said that occult symbols were constantly being found on campus, and that it was my job to gather and dispose of them. So I'm from Virginia and currently live on the border of Virginia and West Virginia. My entire life, I've experienced the paranormal. From dealing with ghosts and shadow people at a security job to dealing with an inhuman being at a retail job, I've seen it all. But lately, I'm experiencing something new. Being from the mountains, I've been aware of ancients, boogans, and of course, the fair folk. Thankfully, I've never had to deal with the latter until now. As of late, I've started hearing small sing-song voices crying outside, seen flashes of silver, and have noticed small knickknacks and collectibles disappearing and reappearing. I keep a broom at the front and back door, circle my house with salt, and use oil on every doorframe and have a cross of religious symbol in every room. Judeo-Christian upbringing. Oh, by the way, we literally live right next to a giant sinkhole that my neighbour has heard growling from before. First, my wife is very sensitive. She's what we jokingly call a genetic witch, and that she never seeks out or practices any craft, but it all happens to her naturally. One of the common experiences that she has is seeing will-o-wisps before someone close to us dies. Before the death of her mother, her uncle, heck, even my dog, she'll see dancing blue lights. The most recent time, she actually saw the blue lights in the middle of our living room. We live not too far from a former battlefield in Virginia that serves as a meeting place for various reasons. My wife and I both experienced seeing a spirit following my ex one night when we dropped off my daughter for the weekend. My wife saw this figure clearly following my ex around and standing behind her. My experience was a little different. For me, it was like seeing a memory play out in my head as I was talking to my daughter, as weird as that sounds. My wife has also seen portals open up in fog, large wolves walking on two legs, a herd of not deer, and quite possibly the snallygaster, believe it or not. Now, as far as my old job, I worked at a video game store. At this store, an inhuman presence seemed to be hanging out. One of my co-workers at first thought that it might be his deceased ex, but it became clear that it wasn't her. It started off with little things moving. Games would shift in the drawers, cases would fall off the wall, statues on the shelves would turn around the wrong way. Just little things. Then the dam broke open. The label printer would randomly print labels. The safe door would pop open. Standees would move in the middle of the night. The storm alarm would go off for no reason. Then the voices started. First whispers, then full voices. They got so bad I would have to play music to distract myself. Next came the growls, and then the pushing. It finally culminated in the front door being ripped off by the wind. There was no wind that day. Then everything stopped. This was about the same time that the owners of the strip mall building cleaned out one of the back rooms where they'd been storing some of their personal items. So there might be a connection. Many years ago, when I was 3 or 4 years old, I lived in an old run-down house. This house I don't have many memories of. There are a few that I have told anybody that will think about it. Back at this house, I found out a few things about myself and met a few people from within until my family moved when I was 6 years old. Well, the reason I'm making this post is to speak about Alice. Alice was a young girl that I met at this house and quickly became friends. From my memory, I remember her being 8 years old with long, dark brown hair, bright blue eyes, much taller than myself at the time, and a dimple on the right side of her face. She looked very pale, even in the bright sun during a hot summer day. Each day I saw her, she was in a white dress with blue and pink flowers at the bottom of it. I remember the first day I met her. I was running around in the dirt yard and ran to the back of the house and fell under the wood stairs. I remember crying, and then I heard her say, "Hey, why are you crying?" I remember rubbing my eyes and looking up towards the direction of the voice. When I finally looked at her, she was smiling gently and bent over and had her hand out to help me. I didn't know where she came from, but I grabbed her hand and she helped me up and said, "Hi, my name's Alice. What's yours?" With the dirt in my eyes and tears going down, I sobbingly said, "It's Matthew." While I cried, she patted my head and said, "Well, Matty, big boys don't cry under the stairs." She took my hand in hers and started pulling me in the direction she was walking and said, "Let's go find a grown-up." As I walked, still with tears in my eyes and rubbing them, I found myself walking in the front door alone with nobody next to me. Soon after, my oldest sister seen me and picked me up and took care of me. During this time, I tried to tell her about the kid I met. I don't remember what she said. The next time I saw her, I believe it was a few days later. I was playing in the dirt yard again, but behind the old house picking dandelions out of the ground. Alice, still in the same white dress as before, said, "Hi Matty, how are your bobos?" At the time, I was too young to remember her voice. So while holding the dandelions in my hands, I turned and looked at her and then realised it was the same girl as before. I didn't waste too much time in saying, "Do you like my dandelions?" We both smiled and laughed together. For many days back in the late 90s, we would play each day from morning to night for months on end. She showed me all types of games to play and how to do different things like making a castle out of dirt and how to play the old game of house. One day, while me and Alice were playing outside, we were running around. I ran to a specific corner of the dirt yard while I ran. I heard Alice yell, "No, don't go over there." I stopped running and turned to her and didn't see her. I ran towards the area I heard her yell from, but I couldn't find her. I looked for footprints in the dirt to follow, but the most I was able to find were my own footprints. It was days after this when I started to ask everyone in the house, "Where's Alice? I can't find Alice." Each person I asked gave me a similar answer, saying they don't know who Alice is, and they never saw me play with another kid, much less one with the name Alice. While Alice did come back after a few days, however, it was years after this that I realised what happened. Alice wasn't alive like I was. Alice was a spirit. Looking back at this time, I realised that I never saw her leave when we were done playing, or when I went inside the house. I never found out her last name or found out where she lived or anything. While this was a mystery for a long time, I found out later that my grandmother saw her. It was a random time, but she asked me one day, "Do you remember Alice?" I didn't answer her, but just stared at her for a while in silence. I believe her to be a spirit. After a few moments of silence, I asked my grandmother, "How do you know Alice?" At this time, I was about 16 or 17 years old, and I didn't know anybody that had the name Alice. My grandmother got her tea kettle off the stove and poured 2 cups of tea, one for me and one for her. She always made chamomile tea. Once the tea was made, she sat down at the opposite end of the table and invited me to sit with her. I took my first sip of tea and she said, "I've known about Alice since the first day you held her hand." While a bit shocked but also cautious as well, and asked her, "Why didn't you say anything about her before? I haven't seen Alice in years. I wish everyone else saw her, but nobody ever did when I asked her for by her name." At this moment, I was expecting her to say something along the lines of, "I don't know," or "I guess I just never came up." That's not the answer I've gotten from her. After she took a large sip of her tea, she said, "Well, with many spirits as small and young as Alice, they only get close and show themselves when they feel comfortable with someone. If I would have said I could see her as well, she may not have stayed as she did. And at that age, I wanted you to have a cute girl for a friend." I interrupted her and said, "But Grandma, if you knew about her that entire time, why bring her up now?" She took another drink of her tea and said, "Well, Matthew, I figured you're at the age where we could talk about things like this. You're not a kid anymore." Looking down to my tea and then back up to her, taking a drink of my tea, I was thinking to myself, how long has she known? Will she tell the rest of the family? Is there more to this? You see, after me and Alice parted ways, I got curious and did my own research into spirits and different forms of witchcraft, as well as the reason people practice the craft. At this moment, I realised my own grandmother hadn't said her intention with this convocation. So have you always seen each spirit I spoke with before? Alice is the first one I remember speaking with after all, but there were others. In a cautious voice I asked her. To be honest with you, Matthew, I see them each day and night, so finding out you could see them as well was no real surprise. She poured me and herself some more tea and continued to say, talking and seeing spirits is a very easy thing for members of our family to do, as long as the spirit wants to speak with us. I simply said, yes, I'm aware. We talked like this for some time. She explained some more about our family's connection, saying things such as some family being able to see the future, tarot cards, performing spells and rituals. While a bit of the detail she shared with me was a shock, nothing major was a surprise. Between everything she told me, the one thing that stuck out to me was, while each person can have the ability, it can easily be lost. After some time, I got tired of them telling me about the family. While I love my grandmother and don't like to disrespect her, I felt like I had to be straightforward with her at this time. I was very blunt with a slightly raised voice. What does this all have to do with Alice? She took a deep breath and looked me straight in the eye, and then back at her tea. She said, it was confirmed a few days ago that the little girl Alice died at the old house and was a few months before we lived there. Once she finished her sentence, she slid over a newspaper article that showed her name and picture. Needless to say, I was a little distraught as I never gave it much thought or how she died. I thought back to when me and Alice played in that dirt yard all those years ago, thinking about how she must have gotten there and what may have happened to her. While I was happy that there might be some closure for her, I was worried she may have stayed there that entire time with no other friends. I have a story that kinda creeps me out till this day. When I was 16, I was dating this guy whose mom passed away while I knew him. He was now living in his grandparents' basement that had no windows, so it had some rooms that didn't ever see sunlight. One day, I happened to bring my new Ouija board over when I was visiting him, and we saw online that a good way for it to work better, other than candles and other things that can give off energy, was to do it in a room that hasn't seen sunlight in at least 3 days. So we set it all up in the bathroom and sat on the floor. He was such a skeptic, but I'm a very spiritual person who has had many encounters growing up, and I was so excited to do this, and I prepared as well as I could so we could be safe in their home. It first started moving, and we both accused each other of it moving, but obviously we didn't know what was true at the moment. Then we asked how they died, and they said sickness. His mom passed from ALS. Then we asked what age, and I'm coming back to this, but it said 46. Then we asked the name, and it spelt his mom's name, which is also spelt differently than how it normally is, and it was correct. He freaked out and cried and screamed at me for faking this, and how it's cruel. I would never do that ever in my life, and I loved him at the time, so I just tried to comfort him, and we moved on for his own well-being. Later, I found the little card from her funeral, and she was 48 when she passed. I later talked to my dad about this, who was also into all this stuff, and he mentioned how maybe it's because that was around the time she became so ill, she couldn't move, so maybe that's when she felt dead. I didn't believe it though. I thought about it for so long, and there's so many pictures of her around the house, and obviously she was talked about often. Something was pretending to be her. I live in Japan with my wife and kids. However, my wife's mom died of cancer-related issues, and she decided to keep parts of the bones in the house. Whenever I'm alone in the house, I hear many footsteps on the second floor. Then I hear them all over quite often. These are solid times. I was sure it was paranormal. The day of cremation, my 2 kids, wife and her sister, were at the dinner table. Then suddenly, the kitchen sink water turned on, like 5 times in a row. There was a bag of tea that she usually made when she was alive, and it was being dragged around the kitchen floor and falling, like the first few weeks after her death. I was about to drive out the house, then my mirror on my car folded, and the switch for it was so tiny, and far from any part of my body. It's impossible for me to accidentally touch it. My wife left for a week to her aunt's house with the kids, but I had work, so I stayed home by myself. And it was the Obon season where the spirits were supposedly supposed to come back. I walked past her altar, and the candle next to her picture and bones fell. Years later, after death, some Obon date again, the wife decided to sleep in the living room floor with me and the kids, so we can welcome the family spirits. Some weird static electric zapped my hand and hit it at the same time. Toys in my kids' room that requires buttons pressed light up or activate, and buttons get pressed. Yesterday in my gym, I have a personal gym at the house with blinds. Then suddenly, the blinds get slammed shut, as if a hard wind blew on them. Except the room had no breeze because I kept all the windows shut and doors shut, and I was standing next to the window itself doing bicep curls, and I didn't feel any wind. What made me share this now was 20 minutes ago, while I was playing a game app on my phone, my CPAP machine turned on by itself, and also the TV in my room. There were so many stories, but I was too lazy to type. What would you all do in my situation? I was working as a speech therapist doing home health in Florida. One of my patients was Harold. He had suffered a stroke, and my job was to help him regain his speech. Sweet man in his 70s. His wife was Gertrude, an equally sweet older woman with a German accent. She treated me like a guest each time I visited her home, even made me cookies and tea. Carrying on conversation with her was tough because she was hearing impaired. One day, I stopped by for my regular visit, knocked on their apartment door, but got no answer. I knocked louder and heard Gertrude say, "Harold, somebody's at the door." When the door didn't open, I knocked louder and said, "It's Ashley, I'm here for Harold's speech therapy." Again, I heard Gertrude tell Harold to get the door, but nobody answered. I decided to go back to my car and call their apartment from my bag phone. Since there was no answer, I left a message saying I was in the parking lot. Nobody was opening the door. I'd wait a few minutes, but then leave and try to reschedule the visit for later in the week. The door never opened, so I left. Later that day, I stopped by my office to drop off my therapy notes. My secretary said I had a phone message from Harold's son. He was apologising for the missed appointment, but that Gertrude had passed away the previous night, and Harold was with family making arrangements. The message hit me like a ton of bricks. I had heard Gertrude's voice that morning. I tried very hard to rationalise the situation. Maybe I was listening to the TV. But no, it was Gertrude. She used Harold's name in a German accent. Maybe I was imagining things. But no, this was the middle of a bright, sunshiny Florida day, not some midnight stroll through a graveyard. My imagination hadn't even been thinking of the paranormal. I heard a ghost. She heard me. I'll never ever forget this experience. Nothing like it has happened before or since. When I was 4 years old, we moved as my mom was expecting my brother and we needed more space. I still live in this house to this day. It's a huge building with 9 floors and several apartments, and has a very nice private garden. It was built in the 60s or 70s. I have no record of what was here before exactly, most probably just cultivated land and old houses. So I don't remember exactly when, but I started seeing a little girl standing at the door in my room. My bed was facing the door, so my parents wanted to leave all the doors open at night. My sister and I were little, so I understand it. This little girl was wearing a nightgown and never entered my room. She was just there, staring somewhere in the air for nights until I talked to her. She was very friendly and never scared me. She would ask me a lot of questions about my day and told me how horrible her day had been. We just talked a lot. The only very, very upsetting thing is that she kept saying that someone would come check on her, and if she misbehaved, she would end up getting punished. Once, she was very upset and kept looking in the direction of my bathroom. Then she told me to keep my eyes shut and never ever open them until she said so. When I heard her whisper to open my eyes, she was scared and went away. I clearly remember when I stopped seeing her. I had watched a movie with my family and I liked it a lot. When I went to bed, I closed my eyes and started to see the whole movie again. I kept playing it inside my head. I heard her calling me and I knew she was there, but I really didn't want to stop thinking about the movie to talk to her, so I pretended I was asleep. She never came to visit me again. Back in 2007, my first wife and I split. She left, and I fell into a rut of work and sleep. My mother came to visit to check on me. Prior to her visit, there had been odd things that happened. Silhouettes in the living room window, voices in other rooms. I mostly laughed them off and kept rolling. I was working a new job and was focused. While my mother visited, she commented on hearing voices. I didn't want to say anything, but eventually, curiosity got me and I asked her. She stated that she would hear a voice calling my name from the closet. I was kind of struck that she wasn't scared or upset. What happened? She said she told them, "He's not here. Now shut up and be still." This seemed to do the trick. No issues for several years after that. In 2010, I had a new girlfriend and we had moved into our second place. She complained of children laughing while I was at work. I never heard it myself, but figured, I recommended she get rid of them. If you hear them and I don't, then they're for you. Send them to their rest. Several weeks on, she stopped talking about it. Over the years, she just made jokes about it. Eventually, we parted and I was back to living alone. Occasionally, I would think I saw something run out of the living room when I came home. Just a brief white flash of something that ran for the next room. I told myself I was nuttier than a Christmas log and went on with life. One night, a friend came home with me from the bar and she jumped like she was struck when I opened the door. "The fuck was that?" she asked. What did you see?" I asked, looking around the room. Could have sworn there was a woman standing behind that chair. I looked around the apartment and didn't find anything, so we considered it alcohol and went to sleep. This happened several more times with other people, always the same. They saw a woman behind my chair and each time I would find nothing. One Christmas, Mom came to visit. She complained often of someone walking around in the living room when she was trying to sleep. I myself had heard the footsteps before, but put it off to my imagination. I blew it off. I mean, really, I'm hearing footsteps in my apartment, and who the hell's going to believe that? As time passed, I ignored it, and even got comfortable with it. They never seemed to do much. The lady behind the chair always ran away. Nothing was a problem except occasionally the person I was with would say, "There's a guy staring at us from the next room." I'd make a joke about it and we'd continue what we were doing. In 2016, I met my second wife. Through our talks, I found she was very used to seeing ghosts and actually hated dealing with them. As she put it, they would stand around like they wanted something scaring the crap out of her, but never say anything. We concluded that maybe she can't hear them. Shortly after, she moved in. She started seeing the white blur behind my chair. Again, we blew it off as overactive imagination. We are karaoke fans. It's actually how we met. Often she would practice her songs while I was at work or while I was playing video games. I mention this because it made me accustomed to hearing singing in the house. This played an important part as I didn't notice it at first. One night, I realised Steph singing. Except Steph was out with her girlfriend. I wandered around the house thinking she left her laptop or the other TV on. Nope, nothing. The singing stopped too. This continued for several months until I said something to Steph. She reassured me that it was my imagination. Sure, why not? So I let it go. Until that one night. I heard a scream from the bathroom and Steph came barreling out of the bathroom like she'd been scolded. She screamed a couple of expletives and I got her a drink. It took her a little bit, but she calmed and told me what happened. She was in the shower. Then she heard singing, her own voice singing. She said she thought it was the pipes and started singing with it. She got out of the shower and started to towel off. She dried an arm and turned to dry the other. There was a woman standing next to her doing the same. I laughed and said, "Yeah, babe, it's a mirror." She frowned at me and said she was on my right side. That got my attention. When you got out of the shower, the mirror was on your left. The wall to your right was just a blank wall with a towel rack on it. We decided to ignore it and sail on. No sense letting the world know we were crazy. That changed when someone threw a water bottle out of the kitchen. It was the third time it had happened. They didn't throw it at us, just a straight shot out of the kitchen door into the wall. We tried making the bottle repeat it. We could never figure out how to get the bottle to hit the wall opposite the dining room without throwing it. So I called several groups. One group was excited to come. They interviewed us and documented our beliefs or experiences. That Friday, they asked to stay at the house with us. We found somewhere to go and let them have at it. The next morning, they were ecstatic. They had gotten the singing. They also had my voice telling them to go home. Something picked up their camera and spun it. The third night they investigated scared them. The spirits started imitating their voices and calling their names. Something manifested in the hallway and vanished. It was a bright purple light that seemed to phase in and flash out. They recommended cleaning immediately. We let them do their thing and they went on their way. Things were quiet, and a month later, we moved out due to issues with a neighbour. She was a paranoid schizophrenic. She started telling everyone my wife was a witch trying to kill them all. She even tried to attack Steph. So we moved. I had someone come and bless the house before we moved in. Then she blessed the old place. I left coins and candy in the place and said, "This is yours, do not follow." That worked for about 4 months. So Steph and I moved into a new, blessed and cleaned condo. Things were great. I had my own room to do my projects. Art, models, reading, video games. Our building has a small storage room on the end of it where the maintenance guys store stuff. About 4 months in, we started hearing someone in the storage room at night. Loud stomping and things being thrown. We told the crew, but they said, no, nobody in that room. This continued for a while. Then she showed up. Some nights I'd be watching a movie in the living room and would see Steph go in the kitchen. But whenever I would look, she wasn't there. I'd go back to watching TV. Eventually, I started asking Steph about it. She swore it wasn't her. Thinking maybe she's sleepwalking, I would sometimes sleep on the couch to see if I could catch her. Every time I'd wake up to rattling pots and the fridge being opened, but no one was there. I figured maybe it's a rat or something. One night I saw her. I woke up to the fridge being rummaged. It was a black silhouette of a woman yanking on my fridge. "The fuck?" I yelled, and she flashed through a wall. I told Steph. She humoured me and said it was stress and not enough sleep. This continued for a few months, me trying to get proof and my wife thinking I was losing it. I had really kind of resigned it to something like an imp of sorts. Figured ignored it and it'll go away. Bad idea. One night, while I was painting a model, someone slapped me across the face. I jumped up, ready to fight. Then I saw him. A large black shadow walked across the room, and I swear he fucking flexed. I backed out of the room and ran for Steph. She started to tell me I was just tired. She stopped mid-sentence and turned to the second bedroom door. It closed. She got up and started down the hall and froze. She ran back in the room with me and yelled, "Get him the fuck out of my house." I called a witch friend of mine. She told us to come right over. So we went to her house and stayed a few hours. We talked long and deep. She did several readings and came to the conclusion that the woman was someone I knew. The man, whoever he was, wanted me out. I was scared shitless. In all my years, nothing had ever touched me. Sis pep talked me up, gave me a handful of sage and sent me on my way, and she said, "The universe is on your side." Damned if it wasn't too. Frankincense, myrrh, violet and holy water were at the gas station we stopped at. When I got home, I lit it all and did a get out ritual that shook the walls. We heard footfalls running everywhere. After a few hours, everything calmed down and we got back to normal. Or so we thought. A week later, the curtain rod in my workroom came out of the wall. We put it back up and shut off the lights. We heard the rod hit the wall when it flew out. More saging. Sometimes it gets really quiet and you can forget. Other times, like tonight, the house won't let you forget. Twice I've turned around because I felt someone looking at me. I never see anything specific, just a blur around the bedroom or hall door. Because Steph can see where I sit in the living room, she's been freaked out by seeing someone standing behind me, seeing someone walking up to me, and seeing someone watching TV. She's seen a guy in 1920s prison garb standing by the front window. She said he smiled and flexed at her. Then he was in a suit and he faded away. We've had someone walk across the bed multiple times, usually while we're in it. We've seen an 8-year-old boy that seems to play hide and seek. Someone likes to get in the closet and play. They'll either open it painfully slowly or close it. Sometimes you can hear footsteps around the house. One day, we heard them running up the stairs outside, knocking on doors and windows. One knock, in case you're wondering. The youngest won't stay over anymore. Someone was walking around her and her husband the entire night, is what she said. When the grandkids come, they insist on either sleeping in my spot or sleeping close. They have to be in the room with us. We still sage and clear as best as we can. I've talked to a number of psychics and witches. They tell me it's bad ground. They say it's within my hands to end it all. I already have the tools. Damned if I know what I'm supposed to do. For the record, I'm personally still partially a skeptic of everything paranormal. I don't denounce the possibility of ghosts existing, but without scientific evidence proving they exist, I feign more towards disbelief, despite my own experiences. This isn't the first paranormal event that's happened to me, but it is the first one in which I was old enough to remember what happened. When I was younger, I lived in a trailer park with my mom, older brother, and little brother. This wasn't a small camper though. It's one of the same style as the ones you see on the Trailer Park Boys. It had 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, living room and kitchen. Starting from the living room, there was a short hallway that contained the bedrooms and bathroom entrances. My older brother and I shared the first bedroom on the left, then the next door on the left was the bathroom, and at the end of the hallway was my mom's room. When my little brother was born, his dad finished building an additional bedroom on the right side, and the door was directly opposite of the bathroom. It was much bigger than the other rooms and around the same size as our living room. They didn't furnish the new room until my little brother was around 2 years old, so it remained painted and empty for a while, and my little brother slept in our old crib my mom kept in her room. One night, I woke up needing to go to the bathroom. I got out of my bunk bed, I was on the bottom because I'm the middle child, and started the very short walk to the bathroom. I turned left and immediately saw someone walk from the bathroom to my little brother's unfurnished room. You'd probably think, oh my god, it's a ghost. But the thing is, it looked like someone had literally just placed a sheet over their head and was about to go trick-or-treating. It certainly spooked me, because I wasn't expecting anyone to be awake, but I thought it was my older brother trying to scare me. It was about as tall as him, not the size of an adult, so it couldn't have been anyone except him. I called out, Jeff, you're not funny, and you look stupid. I didn't hear a reply back, so I walked into my little brother's room to confront my older brother and kick him when he tried to jump on me. I stood in the doorway and looked around, and there was no one in the room. There was absolutely nothing in the room, so I could see everything from the doorway except behind the door and in the closet. The windows were closed, and so was the closet door. I checked behind the bedroom door because that's an easy place to hide and scare someone from, but he wasn't there. Last, I checked the closet, but again, no one was in there. Whoever I saw walk into my little brother's room had completely vanished. I left the room and walked back to mine, climbed up the bunk ladder to see my older brother sound asleep. To this day, I don't know what it could have been, but it's funny to think of now. No one ever died in that trailer, and my mom bought it new, so I've never been able to make any assumptions about what that could have been. I told my mum about it when it happened and brought it up again as an adult, and she still believes I just had a nightmare. There were other events that happened in that trailer to me, and neither my brothers nor my mom believed any of them, so I'm convinced I was the only one to experience weird things in the trailer. I can't say that I 100% believe in the paranormal, but enough things have happened to me that I acknowledge that the paranormal may be a real phenomenon, and I will absolutely not tolerate people playing with Ouija boards. I live in a dorm hall built in 1984 at my university, and I know we have working carbon monoxide detectors that I can see at all times. There's a lot of rumoured hauntings on campus, but generally not in my building. However, there have been 2 mysterious deaths in the past. Last year, in a previous dorm room, my roommates and I had some weird experiences. Toilet flushes at 1 AM, and I was the only one awake, tapping and things falling. But now that we're on a different floor, things are a lot different. Last semester, my roommates and I had some weird but somewhat normal things happen to us, where things would fall off of shelves or we'd hear strange noises, but it was all easily written off. However, this semester, my roommate and I have both been a little more uneasy about feeling like someone else is here with us. Things still continue to fall, and noises are just as common, but my roommate says she's seen things move around and strange shadows. However, my roommate went away on Thursday, and I've been alone in the room since. Thursday, everything was fine and it was normal. However, Friday afternoon around 12, I suddenly felt someone put their hand on my shoulder. It was really quite heavy, to the point I thought it was someone standing behind me, and I whipped around to see who it was. Obviously, nothing was there. Later that day, I was on the phone with my mom, when I heard an unintelligible whisper from behind me and a thud. When I turned around, nothing was there. Saturday went by mostly fine, with the exceptions of some rustling and tapping noises. Mind you, I'd already done a sweep of the room to see if somehow someone else was in there with me. However, today, I've already had some bizarre things happen. I was sitting at my desk where I've been when everything else has happened, when I felt a cold spot develop right behind me and fingers run up my back. I whirled around and nothing was there, but the cold spot remained for a while longer. 2 hours or so later, I was standing by my door where my dresser is getting dressed, when the same thing happened. But this time, I got a chill and the fingers were running down my neck. Since then, I've heard some tapping, but I haven't felt anything else. So when I was 23 years old, I was out on a Friday night and got home around 2:30 AM. And as soon as I walked in, my mom was of course angry, and the first thing she said to me was, "How come you got here and leave again?" I thought she was dreaming or just upset because I walked in late. So when I explained to her that I just got home and I didn't know what she was talking about, my mom's face and tone literally changed from being upset to scared. So as she followed me to my room, she asked me, "Are you telling me the truth? You didn't get home earlier and leave again?" Of course, I would never lie to my mom, especially about that. I told her I just got home after dropping off my niece from a night out at the club with friends. My mom then tells me she heard me walking into my room, and she gets up to check on me, and that she was standing there giggling. She thought I was drunk and told me to take my butt to bed, and she said I didn't say anything. I was just giggling and staring at her. So as she walks back into her room, the phone rings and it was a good friend of mine checking on me if I got home safe. So my mom says that she walked back into my room to hand me the phone, but I was still standing there facing my closet. And I turned to look at her, and she was trying to give me the phone and I started giggling. So she tells my friend she's drunk but she's home safe. Can you call her tomorrow? That's when my mom says she went back to lay down and she got up 30 minutes later to see if I was in bed. She says when she opened the door to my room I was gone, and of course that made her angry. So when I got home, of course she was angry. Until she explained to me what had happened. She then tells me to call your friend JR. So when I called him, he asked if I was okay. I'm like, yeah. He then says, girl, I called to check on you and your mom trying to pass you the phone, and all I can hear is you giggling in the background. So I told him that wasn't me. I'm barely walking in from dropping off my niece. We were literally freaking out. One night when I was 10, I was woken up by my bedroom door opening, followed by someone sitting on my bed. I felt my leg grazed and the bed sink under a person's weight. Thinking it was my mom, I opened my eyes to see an eyeless body. He had black, empty sockets, about my age, sitting at the foot of my bed. He extended his hand and it was a little box. I was startled but reached out. He pulled back. I reached again and said, give it. Then I blinked, and when I reopened my eyes, he was gone, but the imprint of someone sitting on my bed was present. Fast forward 5 years. My girlfriend came over to do homework. After she finished, she took a nap while she waited for her parents. When they arrived, I tried waking her up. She opened her eyes suddenly, looking up at the corner where the wall met the ceiling. She pointed there and went back to sleep. I shook her again. She came to full consciousness and I explained what she'd done. She said, up on the wall, I saw a little boy with no eyes. He was there in a Spider-Man pose staring at me. I freaked out and told her my story about the same kid. Fast forward another 5 years, I was with the same girlfriend and we had a 2-year-old. We were living in my parents' house in my old room. My daughter started waking up at the same time every night and she'd talk. After a while, I noticed she had almost the same conversation every night. I playfully asked her once whom she was talking to. She said, it's a little boy. He's nice. He's lost and looking for his mommy. My daughter's nightly conversations continued until we got our own place later that year.